Добар ден, почитувани, добре дојдовте на... да, вака. Добар ден, почитувани, добре дојдовте на... Оке? N, 2, 3, N, 2, 3. 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 Distinguished representatives from International Telecommunication Union, dear guests, esteemed colleagues, respected representatives of regulatory authorities, operators, institutions, industry, and academia. Ladies and gentlemen, welcome to the... Okay?
1, 2, 3, check. Everything starts with a signal that connects people, ideas, and entire worlds. A connected world is not just built on technology, but on trust. And today, that trust is under pressure. A balance is needed. A system is needed. In every angle of the country, the communication mustn't stop. But we don't just hope the signal is good, we prove it. We regulate, we monitor, we protect. We are managing and allocating spectrum, the invisible backbone of connectivity. We are driving infrastructure development and digital growth. We promote competition and investments. We guarantee universal access to high-quality electronic communication services. Behind every technology, a human stands. In a world where everything is becoming digital, cybersecurity is no longer a choice, but a necessity. Every day, our personal data, businesses, and institutions face various threats in the online space. Cybersecurity is not only about technology, but also about our awareness. One wrong click or a weak password can open the door to serious attacks. Therefore, education and caution are our first line of defense. In a world of rapid transformation, regulation is defining the future. The future does not come on its own. It is built. Because in a world of disruption, regulation becomes the architecture of trust. In a world where every click leaves a trace and every device is a potential gateway, cybersecurity is no longer a choice. It is survival. Attacks know no borders, but defense begins with us. We are not just protecting data. We are protecting trust, identity, and the digital future. The question is not if you will be attacked, but how prepared you are when it happens. The Agency for Electronic Communications is obliged for successful management with the spectrum. The radio frequency spectrum is a significant natural resource that is used exclusively in accordance with active and positive regulation. The spectrum monitoring system in the Agency for Electronic Communications has the task of controlling legal emissions, identifying illegal emissions, as well as detecting interferences and locating their sources. The control of the use of the radio frequency spectrum and the action to protect against interference is carried out by experts, standards, technical instructions, and regulations. Let us work together to build a safer digital environment where trust and privacy are respected. The Agency for Electronic Communications, architect of the connected society.
Your Excellency, Deputy Minister for Digital Transformation, Nastasievich Varjevsky, honored representatives from the Commission of the Agency for Electronic Communication, respectful Director of the Agency for Electronic Communications, Yeton Akiku, distinguished representatives from International Telecommunication Union, dear guests, esteemed colleagues, respected representatives of regulatory authorities, operators, institutions, industry, and academia. Ladies and gentlemen, it is my profound honor and privilege to welcome you to the International Regulatory Conference 2026 here in the historical and picturesque town of Ohrid. This gathering stands as a testament to our shared commitment to advancing electronic communications, strengthening regulatory frameworks, and fostering cooperation across borders in an increasingly interconnected world. Let me first invite the leader of the Agency for Electronic Communications, Mr. Yeton Akiku, to open the International Regulatory Conference 2026.
Distinguished Vice Minister, Excellencies, dear colleagues and friends, representatives of ITU, members of BEREC, IRG, neighboring regulators, operators, dear colleagues, friends, ladies and gentlemen, welcome to the International Regulatory Conference 2026 here in Ohrid. It's both an honor and an emotional moment for me to open this year's conference. For many years, this conference has not just been another conference organized by the Agency for Electronic Communications, it has become a place where ideas meet responsibility, where regulators exchange experience openly, and where we collectively shape the future of connectivity, innovation, and trust in the digital world. This year's conference is of particular meaning to me personally, because it's likely the last IRCs that I open as director of the agency, as my mandate is approaching its end. When I assumed this duty back in 2021, I did it with a clear vision to build a strong, modern, credible, and internationally respected regulator. A regulator capable not only of following European and global developments, but also of contributing to them. Today, looking back, I feel proud what we achieved together. Together, we accelerated the digital transformation in our country. Together, we strengthened regulatory independence and professionalism. Together, we positioned our country among regional leaders in next generation's connectivity and spectrum management. And together, we proved that even a relatively small country can lead with competence, vision, and courage. None of this would have been possible alone. Therefore, I would like to express my deepest gratitude to our international partners, to the International Telecommunication Union. Thank you for your trust, your partnership, and for global leadership. To BEREC and IRG, thank you for your cooperation, expertise, friendship, and treating our agency as a respected partner within the European regulatory family. I also want to sincerely thank the Ministry of Digital Transformation for the constructive cooperation we had to build in advancing our country's digital future. And most importantly, I would like to thank the incredible team of the Agency for Electronic Communication. Every success of this institution has been a result of your professionalism, integrity, knowledge, and dedication. Public institutions are not measured by buildings or titles, but by the people who serve within them. And I have had the privilege to work with exceptional professionals. Ladies and gentlemen, technology is moving faster than ever before. Artificial intelligence, satellite connectivity, cybersecurity challenges, digital platforms, and growing expectations of citizens are redefining the role of regulators around the world. But despite all technological changes, one principle must remain constant. Technology must serve people. Our mission as regulator is not simply to regulate the markets. It's to protect trust, to ensure fairness, to promote innovation, and to guarantee that no citizen is left behind in the digital era. As I approach the conclusion of my mandate and my speech, I do so with pride, gratitude, and confidence. Pride for what we achieved, gratitude to all those who worked this journey with me, and confidence that the agency and the regional regulatory community will continue to grow stronger in the years ahead. Leadership is temporary, institutions remain. What truly remains are the values we built into them, the people we empower, and the trust we leave behind. Thank you for your partnership, your friendship, and support through these years. I wish you all a productive, inspiring, and successful International Regulatory Conference 2026. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much, Mr. Akiku. The President of the Commission of the Agency for Electronic Communication, Professor Dr. Orce Simov, is next on the line to present his overview on the topics to the future priorities of the agency.
Почитуван директоре Акику, почитуван заменик министер за дигитална трансформација господин Варџиски, почитуван господин Јарослав Пондер од IT-ю, почитувани членови на Комисијата на Агенцијата за електронски комуникации, вработени, представници од компаниите даватели на електронски комуникацијски услуги, представници од околните, од регулаторните тела на околните земји, дами и господа. Чест и задоволство ми е да ве поздравам денес и да ви посакам добре дојде на годинешната конференција на Агенцијата за електронски комуникации. Денес електронските комуникацијски мрежи не се само телекомуникацијска инфраструктура. Тие се основа за електронските комуникации, кои што пак се еден од основните столбови на современото живење и на дигиталната економија. Пред 150 години државите, за да се развијат економски, градеа патишта, железници, пристаништа, енергетска инфраструктура. Тоа овозможуваше отварање на пазарите, трговска размена, индустриализација и трансформација на општеството. Таа стратешка улога денес ја имаат електронските комуникации. Тоа што пред 150 години беа патиштата, железниците, пристаништата и енергетската инфраструктура, денес се оптичките мрежи, мобилните комуникации, дата центрите, вештачката интелигенција и другите технологии кои што го обликуваат нашето време. Изминатиот период ние живеевме во неколку видови на кризи, почнувајќи од 2020 година наваму. Прво беше здравствената криза, потоа дојде енергетска криза, финансиска криза, криза на трошоци за живот. Сега повторно имаме некаква геополитичка нестабилност која што предизвикува зголемување на цената на нафтените деривати и повторно раст на инфлацијата. Изминатиот период покажа дека дигиталната трансформација е еден од начините како можеме да се полесно да се справиме со кризите и полесно да заздравуваме од тие кризи. А за дигитална трансформација се потребни електронски комуникации. Не е доволно да се трансформираат работните процеси и да се изградат информациони системи. Потребно е да има патишта по кои што патуваат тие податоци кои што ја обезбедуваат таа дигитална трансформација. Изминатиот период покажа дека компаниите кои што се дигитално трансформирани остваруваат поголем раст, имаат поголем број на корисници, зголемен број на иновации, побрзо изфрлање на нови продукти на пазарот, тие се поефикасни и подобри во секој поглед. Компаниите кои што дигитално не се трансформирани ќе заостануваат. И може да се каже дека во иднина има два типа на компании. Компании кои што дигитално ќе се трансформираат и компании кои што нема да постојат. Со државите е нешто слично. Тие нема да исчезнат. Меѓутоа, земјите кои што немаат дигитална трансформирана владина служба, владини сервиси, нема да имаат толку добри услови за водење бизнис и за живот на нивните граѓани. Значи, ако сакаме да обезбедиме подобри основи за раст на економијата, подобри услови за нашите граѓани, да го спречиме иселувањето на населението од Македонија, државните институции и локалната самоуправа мора да се дигитално трансформираат. Тоа не е нешто ново, не е нешто за кое што треба во денешно време да се зборува на една конференција на која што треба да се кажува визија што ќе биде во наредните децении, во наредните години и наредниот период. Дигиталната трансформација е нешто што е морално и тоа беше интересно да се зборува на вакви конференции пред 10 години. Значи тоа мораме да го имаме. Минатата година на конференцијата на Агенцијата за електронски комуникации во Скопје најавив што ќе работиме наредната година. Тоа беше завршување на телекомуникацијската кула на водно, завршување на процедурата за воведување на трет мобилен оператор, зајакнување на капацитетите на МКД ЦИРТ и некои други работи. Од денешна перспектива, после една година можам да констатирам дека сите градежни и работни активности на кулата на водно телекомуникацијски инфраструктурен објект се завршени. Таа може да се пушти во употреба. Останато е уште да се спроведе административна постапка за добивање на употребна дозвола од Министерството за транспорт. Никакви дополнителни активности не треба да бидат работени. Успешно ја завршивме минатата година процедурата за воведување на трет мобилен оператор. Доделена е лиценца на компанија, веќе тие ги имаат започнати активностите и очекуваме во временски предвидените рокови, односно на почетокот на идната година, да биде покриен барем еден од градовите во Скопје со сигнал и нивните услуги да можат да бидат понудени на граѓаните и стопанството. Ќе ве молам, ако може да не разговарате таму. Се слуша се тука. Изминатата година најавив дека ќе ги зајакнеме и капацитетите на МКД ЦИРТ. Дигиталната трансформација без сајбер безбедност е сигурен пат кон катастрофа. Ако ние го трансформираме нашиот принцип на работа, а не обезбедиме сајбер безбедност, нашите системи ќе бидат ранливи од било која точка на земјината топка. Значи, доколку некој ги нападне и оневозможи тие системи, тие ќе бидат недостапни и за граѓаните и за стопанството. Затоа ние работевме максимално да ги зајакнеме капацитетите на МКД ЦИРТ, меѓутоа таму постои уште работа, нешто на што ќе се осврнам при крајот на говорот на тоа на што треба да обрнеме внимание во иднината. Исто така, минатата година започнавме и постапка во август за да го укинеме роамингот со европските земји за нашите граѓани. Значи да нема роаминг. Кога ќе патуваме во Европа, да биде да разговараме исто како да сме дома, односно како да се наоѓаме на Западен Балкан. Се надевам дека и тие постапки ќе завршат брзо и се надевам дека можеби на идната годишна конференција или на некоја после неа ќе можеме да кажеме дека и тоа е направено. Што не очекува во иднина, на што треба да се посветиме во иднината? Ние се наоѓаме во едно време во кое што ни предстојат огромни промени. Промените што ќе дојдат во наредните децении ќе бидат многу поголеми од промените кои што се случија предходните децении. Ние живееме во едно време кое што е предвесник на технологии кои што значително ќе го променат начинот на живот, начинот на работа и сето тоа што значи општествено живење и социјално живење. Ни надоаѓаат два големи брана. Тоа се вештачката интелигенција, синтетичката биологија, а исто така и други технологии. Internet of Things, Big Data, блокчейн технологии, виртуелна реалност, додадена реалност и така натаму. Едноставно во иднина ќе се бришаат границите помеѓу дигиталниот свет и реалниот свет, помеѓу дигиталниот свет, реалниот свет и биолошките системи. Вештачката интелигенција ќе направи толку големи промени во општеството, што дури може и да го загрози човештвото. Затоа, тоа е една од темите која што се размислува и во овие се повеќе се размислува како да се регулира, како да се држи во одредени граници, односно како да се направи контейнмент, ограничување на таа технологија, така да од тоа ги користиме само потенцијалните позитивни ефекти, а да ги минимизираме негативните ефекти. Вештачката интелигенција може, обединувајќи се со синтетичката биологија, да создаде и хибридни биолошко компјутеризирани хуманоидни роботи кои што ќе извршуваат многу работи во иднина во општеството, ќе го заменуваат човекот во многу работи. Човекот има можности, доколку правилно ги користи овие технологии, да живее во изобилство, да не работи, односно да го работи тоа што сака да го работи, да се бави само со уметност или нешто што тој ќе го посакува. Затоа, се повеќе во светот се зборува не за универзален приход, тоа беше одамна, сега се зборува за универзален висок приход. Значи, машините, технологијата ќе го направат тоа за нас. Меѓутоа, ни престојат и опасности. Тоа ги загрижува регулаторите. Како да ги регулираме овие технологии, како да ги регулираме едитирањето на гените, како да спречиме ДНК принтери, кои што веќе чинат по не многу високи цени, неколку десетици илјади долари, со кои што може да се отпечатат ДНК секвенции, да се менува живиот свет, па и да се креира нов свет. Сето тоа обединето со вештачка интелигенција да не отиде во правец против човештвото и да го загрози човештвото. Затоа што вештачката интелигенција набрзо се движи кон една точка што се вика суперинтелигенција или сингуларитет, кога ќе стане, ќе има повисока интелигенција и од самите луѓе, од самото човештво. Значи, ние како регулатори во иднината нема да се бавиме со традиционалната регулација, ние сме пред нови предизвици. Ние до сега доделувавме фреквенции, доделуваме серии на броеви, го анализираме пазарот, ги штитиме клиентите и така натаму. Новите технологии пред нас поставуваат нови предизвици. Ние треба да ја правиме регулацијата, така што таа да биде балансирана, да не биде преобемна, затоа што обемната регулација ги гуши иновациите. Таа треба да биде баланс помеѓу јавниот и приватниот интерес, да биде баланс помеѓу развојот на пазарот и заштита на корисниците, помеѓу иновациите и стабилноста, помеѓу технолошкиот напредок и сајбер безбедноста. Треба да размислиме и тоа можеме и во блиска иднина. Не треба да чекаме многу за така наречен регулатори сендбокс. Тоа е концепт кој што овозможува на заинтересираните страни, на новите компании и надаватели на електронски комуникацијски услуги, без да бараат некакви лиценци од нас, да можат да експериментираат со нови технологии. Доколку некој сака да го направи тоа, треба да се обрати кон нас, ние сме спремни да излеземе во пресред, ако треба да направиме законска регулатива и да го овозможиме тоа. Тоа се во глобала што треба да размислуваме ние како регулатори. Како даватели на електронски комуникацијски услуги, можностите што се пружаат во иднина преку дигиталната економија, дигиталната трансформација се огромни. Би спомнал неколку примери кои што би биле достапни на давателите на електронски комуникацијски услуги. Ние денес можеме да зборуваме за најголемиот издавач на станови што не поседува ни еден стан. Најголемата такси компанија во светот што не поседува ни едно такси возило. Најголемиот хотелиер што не поседува ни еден хотел. Тоа е Airbnb, Uber и Booking. Тие не поседуваат ништо, а се најголеми издавачи на станови, најголеми такси компании, најголеми хотелиери во светот. Како тоа е направено? Тоа е направено со дигитален бизнис модел. Има вебсайт кој што ги спојува корисниците и тие што ги пружаат тие услуги. И со тоа се остваруваат големи приходи. Не купувате ни еден стан, не одржувате ништо, немате возила, немате вработени, а сте најголеми во светот. Значи, дигиталната економија овозможува големи можности. Ние изминатата година, како што кажав, ја завршивме процедурата за трет мобилен оператор. Од многу места можеше да се слушне Македонија е мала земја, нема потреба од 3 мобилни оператори, приходите ќе се намалат, немаш да може да се функционира и така натаму. Моменталната состојба покажа дека ние имаме 2 мрежни оператори и доскоро 4 виртуелни оператори, па потоа еден купи еден од тие виртуелни, сега се 3. Маркет шеар, застапеноста на мрежните оператори е вкуп заедно 95%. Виртуелните оператори имаат само 5%, значи тие не можат да бидат сериозна конкуренција. Новиот мрежен оператор ќе земе дел од корисниците на постоечките мрежни оператори, но верувам дека со можностите на новите технологии кои се пред нас, тие можат да бидат центри за таа нова дигитална трансформација, дигитална економија и новиот дигитален екосистем, да понудат нови производи и услуги, кои што нема да ги намалат нивните приходи, туку ќе ги остават на истото ниво. Дигиталната иднина, тоа што ќе го одлучиме денес, ќе одреди каква ќе биде нашата земја во иднина. Одлуките денес ќе влијаат какво ќе биде нашето општество во иднина. Ние треба да се трудиме да имаме компетитивно општество во иднина, да бидеме земја во која што граѓаните ќе сакаат да живеат и да останат во таа земја. Тоа го зборувам не само за Македонија, туку и за регионот. За да го направиме тоа, треба сите чинители во општеството, како што се, вклучувајќи ги тука владите, регулаторите, операторите на електронски комуникацијски услуги, приватните компании и академскиот свет, заедно да работат на денешните одлуки кои што ќе го обликуваат утрешниот свет. Впрочем, затоа и сме собрани и овие конференции се едно од таквите места на кои што може да се дискутира што е тоа што треба да го правиме денес, за да имаме успешна иднина утре. Верувам и сум сигурен дека во Македонија, па и во останатите земји во регионот од кои што има представници на оваа конференција, успешно ќе направиме нашите држави дигитално високо да се позиционираат во светот и во Европа. Посакувам оваа конференција да биде успешна, да се разменат многу знаења и искуства, заеднички да работиме понатаму на дигиталната иднина. Ви благодарам.
Thank you very much, Mr. Simov. His Excellency Radoslav Nastasievich Varjevsky, Deputy Minister for Digital Transformation, will address to the audience from the perspective of a policymaker in the field of electronic communications.
Почитуван директор на Агенцијата за електронски комуникации, почитуван председател на Комисијата на АЕК, почитувани представници на меѓународните организации, регулаторни тела, почитувани представници на академската заедница, операторите и индустријата. Дами и господа, ми представува особена чест и задоволство што денес имам можност да се обратам на оваа значајна меѓународна конференција. Во време кога дигиталната трансформација не е прашање на иднината, туку реалност која директно ги обликува економиите, ги зајакнува институциите и го олеснува секојдневниот живот на граѓаните. Мотото на овогодишната конференција, правилата за утре се сретнуваат денес, силно ја отсликува потребата од навремени, современи и одржливи регулаторни политики, кои ќе овозможат развој на сигурна, конкурентна и иновативна дигитална средина. Денес електронските комуникации представуваат темел на дигиталното општество. Тие не се само технолошка инфраструктура, туку двигател на економскиот раст, иновациите, дигиталните услуги и регионалната поврзаност. Стабилните, безбедните и достапните мрежи се предуслов за функционална дигитална држава и конкурентна економија. Македонија се наоѓа на многу важен период на забрзана дигитална модернизација. Како Министерство за дигитална трансформација, активно работиме на изградба на безбеден, ефикасен и дигитален екосистем, ориентиран кон потребите на граѓаните и на бизнисите. Во таа насока, развојот на 5G инфраструктурата, унапредувањето на широкопојасен интернет, зајакнување на сајбер-безбедноста и усогласување со европските дигитални стандарди и регулативи за нас остануваат едни од клучните приоритети. Но овие процеси не може да се реализираат изолирано. Тие бараат силна институционална координација, партнерство со регулаторите, соработка со приватниот сектор и активна меѓународна размена на искуство и знаење. Во оваа дигитална ера, довербата станува една од најважните вредности. Доверба во мрежите, доверба во дигиталните услуги, доверба во безбедноста на податоците, доверба во институциите. Токму затоа, улогата на регулаторот е суштинска, не само во обезбедување фер и конкурентен пазар, туку и во создавање стабилна и предвидлива средина, која поттикнува иновации и ги штити интересите на граѓаните. Убеден сум дека оваа конференција ќе придонесе кон продлабочување на регионалната и меѓународната соработка, со размена на добри практики и креирање на заеднички визии за иднината на електронските комуникации и дигиталниот развој. Ви благодарам и ви посакувам многу успешна и продуктивна конференција.
Thank you very much. Agency of Electronic Communications is in the engraved collaboration and cooperation with the International Telecommunication Union. Let me introduce now his representative, Mr. Jaroslav Ponder, head of the Office for Europe.
Director Akiko, President Simov, Minister Nastasievsky, ladies and gentlemen, good morning. It's our great pleasure to be here at the International Regulatory Conference 2026 in this beautiful city of Ohrid. This gathering is already the tradition of this region, and it becomes also the tradition of the ITU strongly cooperating with the IC on making sure that not only we are bringing the international content into the discussions, but also we are spreading the good news of the progress the Europe is doing, in particular in this part of our region. At the outset, allow me to warmly congratulate the government of the North Macedonia and the Agency for Electronic Communication for the remarkable progress achieved over the years in advancing the country's digital transformation journey. Your commitment to universal and meaningful connectivity and digital transformation is exemplary. It provides a strong foundation for sustainable development, innovation, and inclusion. Internet penetration at the level of the 93% of total population, LTE, 4G available in 99% of the country, new strategies including the Smart MK 2030 or the emerging AI, artificial intelligence strategy. These are only examples demonstrating the country's clear vision and strong dedication towards building a resilient and future-oriented digital ecosystem. Congratulations for this achievement. We thank you very much for long-standing commitment towards the international cooperation as well, including the International Telecommunication Union, and we look forward to the future continuation of this collaboration. Let me use this opportunity also to thank our great friend, Mr. Akiko, for his personal dedication and the trust which he is putting on our collaboration in advancing digital transformation, not only at the national level, but also regional and international level. Ladies and gentlemen, my presence here is of a great pleasure, not only because of the International Regulatory Conference, but also because of the two important milestones which we are going through. Just on Sunday, as many of you have noticed, World Telecommunication and Information Society Day was observed, which on the annual basis raises the importance of the issues which really are important to all countries. This year, we are celebrating and observing this special day and focusing on the digital lifelines, strengthening resilience in a connected world. In an increasing interconnected world, digital resilience is no longer optional. It is essential for economic stability, social inclusion, public safety, and trust in the digital environment. We are therefore very much pleased that today's conference also contributes to this important global reflection. In a few moments, we'll have an honor of listening to the message of our Secretary General of the ITU, Madam Doreen Bogdan-Martin. Please join me in expressing appreciation for your strong partnership and continued commitment to strengthening digital resilience and international cooperation. I would also like to warmly invite you for tomorrow morning dedicated presentation during which Victoria, a member of our team, will present important perspectives and practical examples of ITU actions supporting digital resilience across the region and globally. Ladies and gentlemen, moreover, just last week on Friday, we concluded the Global Symposium of Regulators 2026. I see many familiar faces which spent almost 1 week in Ankara debating the importance of the digital regulation around the theme of navigating digital frontiers. For 25 years, GSR has served as the ITU's flagship global platform for regulators and policymakers, fostering digital cooperation and dialogue, regulatory harmonization across regions. Today, more than 160 national regulatory authorities operate worldwide, shaping the enabling environment for sustainable digital growth and innovation. This year's discussions highlighted several important messages. The next digital divide will increasingly be shaped by the governance, not technology alone. Regulation must demonstrate its value through real outcomes for people and societies. Global standards require common baseline while respecting national realities and contexts. Effective regulation must remain agile, light where possible, firm where necessary. Incentives are becoming an increasingly important regulatory tool. Collaboration must evolve from consultation towards shared accountability. Digital markets require joined-up governance across sector, mandates, and borders. This edition of the GSR gathered more than 1,000 stakeholders from around the world and resulted with an important set of the outcomes which I will be able to present to you just in the session after. Ladies and gentlemen, we are living in a profound technological transformation times. Artificial intelligence, space communication, satellite connectivity, quantum technologies, and emerging digital infrastructure are reshaping economies and societies at an unprecedented speed. These innovations create extraordinary opportunities to bridge long-standing divides and accelerate sustainable development. However, they also require important policy, regulatory, and governance decisions. This is why the dialogue at the national, regional, and international levels are important more than ever before. Allow me, in closing, to highlight several important milestones ahead of us. Global dialogue on AI governance, organized back-to-back with the AI for Good Global Summit 2026, as well as WISES Forum 2026 in July in Geneva, World Telecommunication Policy Forum 2026, which will convene in September, resulting in a set of the opinions, as well as the ITU Plenipotentiary Conference in November. As you alone see, this is a busy agenda for all those who are shaping the digital future and the governance processes. We count on your participation and productive engagement, ensuring that your contributions are reflected in the global outcomes. Ladies and gentlemen, closing, please let me dedicate a few seconds to our regional work. As you know, in November, we concluded a World Telecommunication Development Conference with adopting the Baku Plan of Action. This comprehensive roadmap sets the agenda for human-centric digital development and telecommunications spanning from 2026 to 2029. This includes also the set of the ITU regional initiatives for Europe, targeting 5 areas of work, from connectivity, digitalization, cybersecurity, digital accessibility and skills, and innovation. Thanks to the commitment of all stakeholders, we are effectively transforming those political ambitions into the practical actions based on the regional roadmap developed during the ITU Regional Development Forum held in Prague in February. This includes series of the technical assistances and also series of the capacity building activities and trainings like the one on the artificial intelligence in Bosnia and Herzegovina, or infrastructure, which is just taking place this week in Romania. This includes also regulatory forum in Montenegro, cybersecurity forum and cyber drill in North Macedonia in Q3, and many, many more. Dear ladies and gentlemen, we would like to thank you very much for your commitment towards shaping digital future together and building together the better European future. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Mr. Ponder. The other topic on our agenda is the World Telecommunication and Information Society Day. The first woman ever, we had the 160-year-old organization with leadership experience over 3 decades in global telecommunication policy, who emphasized the need for digital transformation, for achieving economic prosperity, job creations, and gender equality. The First Lady in the Electronic Communications, Mrs. Doreen Bogdan-Martin, will address to you with video, congratulating the mutual holiday World Telecommunication and Information Society Day.
Today, more people are connected than at any point in human history. Billions of us rely on digital technologies to do the things that matter most, from accessing healthcare, to running a business, to learning, communicating with our loved ones, and calling for help in a crisis. Connectivity has become as crucial to modern life as roads and electricity. And in many parts of the world, digital infrastructure has transformed economies and communities within a generation. But what happens when those networks and services fail? Think of the submarine cables that extend more than 1.7 million kilometers around the globe, and they carry 99% of international data traffic. A single earthquake can sever multiple cables at once, cutting entire regions off from the world for weeks. Likewise, a major solar storm can disrupt power grids, satellite navigation networks, and even the global financial system that we rely on. Very often, these critical digital risks transcend borders, and when connectivity fails, the consequences fall hardest on those who can least afford them. And that's why resilience must be built into digital infrastructure from the very beginning. And it must be built collectively, with the people at the core, through international standards, capacity building, and global cooperation. This World Telecommunication and Information Society Day, join the ITU in strengthening the digital lifelines that keep our world meaningfully and reliably connected. Together, we can build a more resilient digital future for everyone, everywhere.
During the coming days, this conference will serve as a distinguished platform for dialogue, insight, and forward-thinking collaboration. Together, we shall explore the evolving landscape of telecommunications and digital transformation, an area where innovation advances at remarkable speed and where regulation must not merely follow, but thoughtfully guide progress. Our agenda has been carefully curated to reflect the most pressing themes of our life. From the harmonization of regulatory frameworks and the transposition of European directives into national legislation, to the challenges and opportunities presented by artificial intelligence, cybersecurity, and digital trust. Each session invites us to reflect, to question, and to envision the future we are collectively shaping. To commence, it is an honor to welcome once again Mr. Jaroslav Ponder, Head of ITU Office for Europe. With his extensive experience at the forefront of international telecommunication policy, Mr. Ponder will present us Navigating the Digital Frontier, GCR 26 and the Way Forward. His insights will definitely illuminate the path ahead, the global regulatory cooperation.
Good morning one more time. Great being on the stage one more time. I think that thank you very much for giving us the opportunity of presenting to you several outcomes of the Global Symposium of Regulators. As I mentioned already in the opening, this is our flagship platform, which is gathering on the annual basis all regulators from all over the world to co-create, to discuss, to exchange and the network and try to make sure that we're agreeing on certain concepts, regulatory concepts for the digital regulation, as the digital space is not knowing the frontiers, at least should not know the frontiers. And we are very much inspired that this is something what would be feasible. So that's why we thought that once we are kicking off this international regulatory conference, it would be a great opportunity to draw your attention to this, what has been discussed at the Global Symposium of Regulators, and also to draw your attention to the outcomes of the Global Symposium of Regulators, which, as I mentioned, met just last week with over 1,000 participants, with series of the takeaways which are already referred, so I'll not come back to them. But important milestone of the GSR was the adoption of the regulatory guidelines, the Global Symposium of Guidelines, Regulatory Government Essential, the new core kit. Regulators need to make digital makers deliver. And this is the outcome which is very different from this what we had in the past, where the regulators were more of opinion of getting together the consensus of certain issues. We would like to make sure that the GSR is also producing the clear guidance for the future, and that we can work together with the countries on specific items related to the regulation to follow up and to make sure that these discussions happening at the GSR have also reflection at the national level. This is the reason why there is also in the Global Symposium of Regulators guidelines and the practical implementation pathway guidebook for the toolkit for all regulators, providing the practical measures and self-assessment toolbox for all regulators to see how they do in terms of the public interest outcomes and strategy focus, risk-based and proprietary calibration of obligations, observability and credible evidence, incentive-based markets and shaping, graduated supervision and process and escalation, and adaptive regulation and structured learning, as well as domestic and cross-border regulatory coherence. In addition to this, in the outcomes of the Global Symposium of Regulators, we'll see the strong voice of the private sector. And this is something what is very important for us. Likewise, here in our meeting today, we have strong participation of the private sector, and this is also the way how we are working with the private sector at the global level. With the special industry advisory group for development issues and private sector chief regulatory officers meeting, we are generating a special call to the regulators where they are expressing their expectations towards the regulators working around the harmonized way towards the digital development. So those stakeholders working in our region are very much kindly invited also to join this group and to be with us in the future. The one of the challenges which still remains on the top of our heads is still the divide. Not all the countries are so much privileged as the European ones, including North Macedonia, with 99% of the coverage of the LTE, with the high rates of the subscriptions going beyond mobile broadband subscriptions going beyond 100% like here in this country. We are still facing significant digital divide. Many countries are still facing the population parts which are disconnected, which are not benefiting from any of the digital services. And this is something for the ITU being a long-standing preoccupation, because ITU being created by the government to connect the world and to bridge those digital divides. Of course, we will be much more calmer once we'll see that the whole globe is connected. We very much strongly hope that the new emerging technologies will accelerate this process, and we see acceleration in terms of providing the infrastructure and providing the connectivity, while still the affordability remains the challenge. So this is the reason why the regulatory discussion and debate at the global level, at the regional level, at the national level remains in the center point of addressing all those divides. Should this be the inclusiveness? Should it be the digital divide, connectivity divide, or the others? This is the reason why we started to develop the connectivity planning platform, which is the universal tool which will be made available to the all administrations of the world to help them to build stronger evidence-based decision-making processes based on the information which they have. In case the information is not there, we are of course providing support in building the national broadband mapping systems, collection, systems for gathering the information of the infrastructure available in the countries. But then, of course, there is the purpose of this exercise. And the purpose is to make sure that decisions are made much more effectively, they're much more focused, but by the end of the day, they're helping the economies grow, and they're helping to act as the equalizer for the society, making sure that all of our citizens are included in the digital ecosystem and benefit from it. And of course, once we are taking this from the other angle, we see that the other sectors benefiting from the connectivity, they're also and should be interested in strong investment in the infrastructure, in bridging digital divide. That's why also, apart from the launching connectivity planning platform, where we are trying to make the narrative for the countries, why the connectivity matters, how much of the investment is needed in each country. Also, we are with the special econometric study, we're demonstrating how this investment might benefit in terms of the socio-economic value. In this presentation, which we'll make available to all of you, of course, we prepared the case study, which is on the country called Kubertura. I could ask now who knows the Kubertura, where it is. It's nowhere. It's a fictitious country. But we have to build the understanding of this tool in some way, presenting the country which is very poorly connected, which has very big gaps at the country level. It has the population of the 15 million, with the GDP of the 100 billion, with the some national fiber backbone, but only 19% of population covered by the fiber, with the 12 million people lacking access, and mobile coverage and with higher 87% covered by the 4G and 27% by the 5G. So based on the analytical tool, we are able to first analyze what exists at the country. Based on the functionalities of the tool, we are able to identify the clear gaps and estimate and evaluate which of the technologies would make sense to close the digital divide with the additional investment. Should the investment come from the private sector? Should this be the co-investment by the government, or should this be the also support from the international financing institutions and allowing and unlocking the investment gap at the country level? So as you see, the tool will provide you the clear indication, in particular for the policymakers, for regulators, important data by one click to understand, in fact, what we are talking about. Is it 1 billion, 1 trillion? We've done in the past, last year, one study, in fact, responding to the question how much, in fact, we need to invest in order to connect everyone and to make the connectivity really universal. The numbers are high, going beyond the trillions. Of course, this investment is not on the market, still available with the mechanism which we have in place. So we need to go step by step. And we believe that with these solutions, the regulators will be able to make sure that they're finding the value, they're finding the narrative at the national level, to find the proper national support towards the investment case. Also support to the private sector, looking for some regulatory holidays or for some special strategic agreements in order to make sure that, in particular in the areas which are showing as non-rentable, the investment still can bring the revenue on the investment. But once we know how much money we have to invest, of course, we need to assess the economic and social impact to make the story complete. And this is the reason why we decided to develop another tool, which is complementary to the CPP, to support the regulators, policymakers, strategists with the full picture on the data for their country. We heartily inviting you to also take a look at the different case studies presented in this GEMS tool, showing in particular for us relevant the case study of the Germany, presenting what would be in case we are really going for the rollout of the fiber across the Germany. We know that this country has still some gap in the rollout of the fiber, and with this tool we are providing the proper narrative and demonstrating also what type of the incentives might be created in terms of taking the decision on the strategic investment in rollout of those infrastructures. So with this, of course, the story is not finished. With this tool, we are calling for the countries to reach out to us and to work with us on their particular case study to support them in creating this narrative at the national level in order to make sure that the tool is used properly and that the outcomes are serving the purpose at the national level with the proper impact, but also at the international level. Also on the margin of the GSR, I will go very quickly. So just summarizing, with these two tools, you will see that CPP reveals infrastructure realities, gaps, costs, and optimal rollout paths. With the global economic study, this study translates those realities into the GDP impact, and together they can create a powerful evidence loop for regulators, policy makers, and investors. And decisions backed by the data reduce risk, increase impact, and accelerate digital inclusion. But of course, the GSR itself focused also on the other topics, and one of those relates to the spectrum and the satellite discussions during the GSR, some of the sessions and discussions focused on the future of connectivity, in particular taking a look at the satellite communication. We have launched on the occasion of the GSR also the regulatory perspectives for satellite communication for connected underserved communities publication, which itself provides several case studies from different countries, Brazil, Indonesia, Kenya, Nigeria, South Africa, but also, and the most important, it provides the tracker where you can, as the country, evaluate and self-assess where you stand in terms of the opportunities which can be created by the satellite communication, taking into account any kind of the constraints which might be still at the national level, restricting the space and being seen as one of the potential solutions for the future. So with this, we hope that you were able to at least to get the glimpse of some of the products which we are currently will be launching also at the regional level in the direct conversation with different countries, going into the pathways of working with the ITU on supporting their work in the field of the bridging digital divide, digitalization, and let me use this as also the opportunity to call upon those who would be interested in strengthening our partnership in working on your particular case studies we are at your disposal. So with this, thank you very much, and we are looking forward to the next step, which would come on the occasion of the regulatory forum in Budva, in Montenegro. We will have the special dedicated workshops and the hands-on exercises together with those tools. So thank you very much for your attention, and we are looking forward to the next steps. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much, Mr. Ponder. It is my pleasure to invite Mr. Vladimir Sokolov, Advisor for Digital Transformation. In his presentation, Transposition of the Code Directive and the GEA into national legislation, he will provide valuable perspective and key points on aligning European regulatory standards and their transposition in the national framework.
Good morning to everyone. My name is Vladimir Sokolov. I'm from Ministry of Digital Transformation. First, I want to say thank you for this opportunity to give an overview about our work in last year. We carried out the transposition of EECC directive, European Electronic Communication Code, and GEA, Gigabit Infrastructure Act, in our national legislation. So I made one concept for this presentation. I divided it in three separate thematic blocks. First is current state of the country's legal framework, where I will try to give an overview about okay, thank you. It's easier for me to look here, okay, no problem. Where I will give an overview about the current existing law on electronic communication and about what is transposed in this current law. Then second part is the transposition process of the EEC directive and Gigabit Infrastructure Act into the law of electronic communication. In this part I will inform about the whole process that we carried out in the last year approximately. And in part number 3, transposition of the EECC directive, in this part I will give some overview about some key issues that are transposed in the new law of electronic communication regarding EECC directive. First, existing law in Macedonia is first adopted in 2014, and in this law, this is a law where electronic communication package, EU legislation electronic communication package from 2009 is transposed. This includes Better Regulation Directive. This is a directive that merges Framework Directive, Access and Authorization Directive, and Citizen Right Directive. This directive merges Universal Service and e-privacy previous sets of directives. So some key amendments that were made in the meantime is amendment from 2014. This is for establishment of MKD CIRT as an integral part of agency. Then establishment of the Broadband Competent Office. This is advisory body in the field of electronic investment in electronic networks. And also we implement 5G cybersecurity toolbox as a risk-based requirement for network equipment. So I can say that the process that we carried out in the last period was we carried out in a transparent and inclusive manner. A lot of stakeholders took part in preparation of this law. First, we as the coordinator, we started approximately January, February last year. We asked and we received nomination from the relevant institutions like Agency of Electronic Communication, Agency for Audiovisual Media Services, Consumer Rights Organization, other relevant ministries, and etc. Then we organized public hearing. It was approximately in April. Before that, the law was the law was published on ENER. This is National Electronic Register for Regulation. So also I can say that for preparation of this law, crucial was collaboration with GIS. This is international organization, and they provide to us very legal experts who prepare very comprehensive gap analysis about the current state of play, what should be done to fulfill fully alignment with the Code Directive and Gigabit Infrastructure Act. Also, the law was published in official gazette. It was adopted by the Parliament. They published in official gazette in June 2025, last year. And with that, because we were obliged to do that according to obligation given in a reform agenda. And after that, we started with the preparation of amendments to fulfill fully, to be in line with the remarks and comment given by the European Commission. So in this part, I would like to say a few words about some specific issues that are defined in the EECC directive, Electronic European Communication Code, and how they are transposed in our national legislation. First, I want to say that some new definitions are introduced. Also, definition for very high capacity network, definition for an interpersonal communication service, the definition for number-based and number-independent interpersonal communication service, etc. So, about the framework and competent authorities, I can say that in Article 5 to Article 10, this is regarding institutional framework, and it is interesting, especially for the agency, that there's no changes in the new law compared with the existing law. So the agency remains in functional, the setup of the agency remains as previous. There are some changes regarding Article 20 to Article 15 of EECC directive, and it means that during the process of notification, now the operators, according to new law of electronic communication, should provide more data to the agency, and this will be defined in a bylaw that the agency should prepare. Also, according to geographical survey and network deployment, now the agency has a new duty to map all existing and planned network to track broadband coverage. About management and use of radio frequency spectrum, this is defined in Article 49 and 50 of the EECC directive. And this article is about defining duration, renewal rights for using frequencies, and also procedure for issuing that rights for radio frequencies. Then Article 56 and 57, this is interesting. This article simplified the process for setting up local wireless network. This is radio local area networks, and also for small cells 5G antennas. About SMP operators, this is defined in Article 63 and 67 of the EECC directive. And according to this article, here is defined the procedure for identifying SMP operator as a significant market power operator. And also, according to this article, operators should prepare, but agencies should prepare a specific bylaw to identify which operators have significant market power. Then some specific access obligations, some new investment models are introduced according to ECC. This is defined in Article 72 and 73 in ECC directive. And these articles allow the agency, based on analysis, to impose obligation for the new use of specific network elements to the SMP operators. So, according to Article 84, 85, and 86, this is regarding the universal service obligation, and this article defines that every customers can access broadband, internet, and voice service at affordable price, and also agency here is obliged to prepare a bylaw and to update this bylaw according to geographical survey in every 3 years. So, this is the end of my presentation. I will say that there are some changes related to Article 102, 105, and 107 of EECC directive, and this is more about contract rights, transparency for end users. Also, here is defined that before signing a contract, operator must give users all key details such as prices, service quality, deadlines in clear and easy to understandable way. And also there are some provisions for bundled or package offers. I think it's according to 107 of EECC directive. So this is the end of my presentation. I try to be brief and to let other speakers for their presentation. And also I hope that this presentation will be useful, especially in the field of regulation of telecommunication market in future. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Mr. Sokolov. We are equally privileged to hear from Mrs. Veronika Bocarova, Head of Training and Capacity Building at Kalon International, through her address, Revolution or Evolution of the European Union Telecoms Rules. She will guide us through the transformative shifts shaping European telecommunications policy.
Thank you very much. It's a great honor to be here in this beautiful place at the Lake of Ohrid. And it's a great honor to present right after the representative of the Ministry of Transformation in a forward-looking perspective. Just as Macedonia aligned its legislation with the European Union Electronic Communications Code, I would like to highlight what comes next and what are the key issues which are now at stake in the ongoing debate in the European Union as the European Commission, as you may know, in January this year has presented its long-awaited proposal for the Digital Network Act's DNA, the DNA of the Electronic Communications Network, which is a piece of legislation intended as a regulation and as a simplified and harmonized framework, which is intended to incentivize transition to high-speed fiber networks, to transition to 5G and 6G networks, cloud-based infrastructures, and also to facilitate and simplify cross-border scalable, efficient operations. In a broader European political context, as we heard already today from Mr. Orlov, that indeed, the connectivity is central to digital transformation, to digital transition, the two twin goals, the two key priorities of the European Union, but also it's becoming central to tech sovereignty, the third ultimate priority, and which are all essential for achieving connectivity of the European economy. And so the proposal aims to tackle some of the issues that have been identified in strategic analysis carried out in the European Commission document on competitiveness compass, and also in two reports produced by former Italian Prime Minister Mario Draghi and Enrico Letta, and they all identified, not surprisingly, that reliable, high-speed and secure digital infrastructure is essential to European competitiveness. But at the same time, they also pointed out some of the common bottlenecks, common issues, common problems that are confronted by operators willing to operate cross-border, preventing them from achieving efficient scale, preventing them from innovation and investment. And ultimately, it all boils down to the fragmentation, because although we do have a common regulatory framework in the European Union, which is European Electronic Communications Code, which has been just adopted also and enters into force in Macedonia, in reality, every European member state, just like Macedonia, has to adopt, to transpose those directives, because the European Electronic Communications Code is essentially a directive. They have to transpose it into national laws, and transposition could be quite a complex task, and sometimes we come up with a lot of inconsistencies across member states. Even if we take the simple issue of general authorization, it's a common framework to enter European markets, but if you wish to operate cross-border, you need to notify to each and every regulator, and sometimes the requirements when it comes to notification provisions, they quite differ, quite vary across member states. So, harmonization and simplification are the two key goals of this new proposal, of this two European Commission proposal. So, in other words, it's bringing more EU. In some ways, it's about shifting some of the national competences to more central, more European governance mechanism, governance model. And so the DNA would replace some of the key documents, key pieces of the European legislation, what we have today, which is the European Electronic Communications Code, Open Internet Regulation, BEREC Regulation, Radio Spectrum Policy Program, and even parts of the e-privacy directive. So it all boils down to one single document, which was proposed in January, DNA regulation, Digital Network Acts regulation, and mind you, because it's about harmonization, it is regulation. So member states would no longer have to transpose it into national laws, it would apply directly once it's adopted at the European Union level, once the legislators, the European Parliament and the European Council agree on its key provisions. And also, mind you, what I want to do, of course, I'm not going into details of this quite an extensive document with over 400 recitals and over 200 articles. Clearly, it's quite an extensive document, and mind you, the implementation, however simple it might sound, effectively lots of implementation tasks would be still left to the European Commission, who would have to adopt a whole range of implementing regulations, and also to BEREC, the body of European regulations, who would have to adopt implementing guidelines. But at a glance, if we look at some of the three key aspects of the code, where the code is, the DNA, where DNA is clearly very ambitious, it's about the general authorization regime, about spectrum governance, and about satellite authorizations. On many today's aspects, the DNA would largely maintain the status quo. No big changes to today's regime. And finally, where some of the stakeholders were a bit disappointed with the Commission proposals, or would say it's far less ambitious from what we have expected, is about the early fair share debate. If you may remember how it started, it's about big traffic generators, the big tech companies contributing to the cost of network deployment and facilitating investment into high-speed networks. So eventually, fair share didn't make it to the DNA, but we'll see something which was left of it, but it was replaced with a largely voluntary conciliation mechanism. And then copper switch off. Here, it, of course, depends on whom you ask, because some stakeholders would expect even faster switch off, but some of the stakeholders, they would say, well, it might be, yeah, it's a bit disappointing. So just going quickly through all these procedures. So as I mentioned, general authorization is one of the central aspects. It clarifies the scope of networks and services subject to general authorization. Essentially, it even brings some of the non-public networks, for example, such as content delivery networks, subject to general authorization regime if they are used to provide delivery of electronic communications and information society services. It makes mandatory notification, because in some countries in the European Union, you don't even need notification to start your operations. It will make it mandatory and subject to fully harmonized notification template, and subject to fully harmonized conditions across member states. And what is most important, for those operators who wish to operate cross-border, they would no longer have to notify in each and every member state where they want to operate. One notification to one of the regulators would be fully sufficient. And the regulator would pass it on to what today is BEREC office, and would be now renamed into Office for Digital Networks, and then ODN would pass it on to each and every member state where the operator would like to start its activities. On spectrum and satellite, as I mentioned, that's probably also one of the most ambitious areas. And you know, the idea of more spectrum harmonization at the EU level is not new at all. Those ideas have been around for over 10 years. And Commission has always had objectives to bring more control over national spectrum resources, arguing that it should be seen as a common EU resource. So on spectrum allocation, the Commission would take more ambitious, more central role, drafting EU-level spectrum strategy, roadmaps for harmonized spectrum assignments. National roadmaps would have to be aligned with the Commission spectrum strategy, and fully harmonized timelines for harmonization and authorization. Again, in the context of European Communications Code, the Commission already made this attempt to harmonize availability of spectrum for 5G, but as you may know, many member states effectively were late and they do not comply with those deadlines. On award procedures, what DNA essentially proposes is a bit like market analysis, screening, actually reviewing proposed spectrum awards from member states, and possibly even having the possibility of veto powers if, for example, it's been seen as not consistent with common market. So peer review procedure, which today is voluntary, coordination among member states, it would become binding. Common satellite authorization, meaning that it will be just centralized. If you wish to operate satellites, you just have to be authorized at the EU level, subject to central conditions, to the same frequency bands made available across all member states. And spectrum licenses, the idea is to make them unlimited in principle, or at least 40 years minimum duration. And that would be subject, of course, you need an effective secondary market trading mechanism to make this work, to make this efficient, to prevent spectrum hoarding. So spectrum sharing will become the norm. On market analysis, as I said, no big surprises. SMP, on market analysis and access regulation will still maintain two key elements, the symmetric regulation and traditional asymmetric SMP-based regulation. The recommendation on relevant markets possibly become optional, meaning that the starting point where member states, where national regulators start their market analysis would no longer rely on the Commission. Commission potentially may continue updating its recommendation, but it's not mandatory. On remedies, now the regulators have to follow a strict hierarchy of remedies. So they first have to look what other sources of regulation exist. For example, horizontal regulations such as GIA, the Gigabit Infrastructure Act. Then they need to look whether simple transparency obligations would be sufficient. And if not, then would consider imposing other obligations, such as physical access, which is extended beyond civil engineering infrastructure, but also to cover fiber networks. And only then the regulators could consider imposing further remedies, such as, for example, reference offers, price control, all other aspects. And for the European Commission, of course, there is also a possibility to make veto on remedies. In other words, to stop regulators from adopting those measures. On symmetric control, perhaps I would say just an interesting aspect is the measures to facilitate transition to fiber, meaning that the regulators would have the possibility in areas where operators are deploying fiber actually to mandate connecting end users. And that could be subject to specific price caps, which is perhaps an interesting feature. And user rights, for the sake of time, I would not go into details, just to say it largely maintaining the status quo with focus on affordability aspects, on emergency communications, and EU measures to coordinate against fraud. Copper switch off, member states would have to identify so-called copper switch off areas by 2028. And in those areas which are subject to so-called sustainability conditions, the switch off had to be completed by 2033. By 2035, the member states would have to set deadlines for remaining copper switch off areas, and ultimately by 2031, the entire switch off process should be completed. On network contribution, well, not much to say. It's a voluntary mechanism where basically whenever there is a dispute involving all actors along the internet value chain, whenever there is a dispute, the dispute could be referred to one of the member states, and then the member state would await BEREC opinion, and then possibly call the parties to conciliation meeting and propose how to follow in this debate. But as you can see, nothing of the fair share, and participation in this facility is entirely optional. So, on timelines, the Commission expects it to be adopted by end 2027, meaning reaching an agreement between Parliament and Council, and implementation would probably start towards sometime towards late 2028, early 2029. Again, quite an ambitious timeline, because as you see, there are lots of contentious issues. Lots of aspects are actually addressing transition of national powers to the Commission. So remains to be seen what the legislators will make out of it. Thank you.
Thank you, Ms. Pocarova. Allow me to introduce Ms. Natasha Petrovic, Senior Advisor for Fees Management at RATEL. Her presentation, New Law on Electronic Communications as a Catalyst for Change, will offer an insightful examination of legislative evolution and its impact on the sector.
Dear colleagues, first of all, I would like to thank the organizers for the invitation and the excellent organization of this event. It is a great pleasure to address you at the International Regulatory Conference, kindly hosted by AEC. I will briefly present Serbia's regulatory framework for electronic communications and its practical implementation by RATEL before I move on to the fee management and regulators' funding. The Serbian law on electronic communications adopted in 2023 is largely aligned with the European Electronic Communications Code and represents an important step in the harmonization with the European standards. Its main objectives are to encourage investment in next generation and very high capacity networks, strengthen effective market competition and consumer protection, improve the availability and quality of services for citizens and businesses, and to support the integration of the Republic of Serbia into the European digital single market. The regulator is funded through revenues generated from numbering resources management, radio spectrum management, fees for services within the regulator's competence, administrative charges paid by business entities to cover administrative regulatory costs, and fees collected in accordance with the law on postal services. The regulator determines regulatory fees through individual administrative decisions issued for each calendar year following the principles of objectivity, transparency, proportionality, and non-discrimination. The most significant reform introduced by the new law concerns the separation between cost-based regulatory fees and charges used for financing the regulator's operations and fees for rights of use, which constitute public budget revenues. Under the new regulatory framework, regulatory activities are financed through the fees related to numbering resources and radio spectrum management, while fees for right of use for numbering resources and radio spectrum constitute state budget revenues. Under the previous system, RATEL funding was directly linked to usage fees. The new model introduces a clear cost recovery principle under which the regulator recovers the cost of regulation, while the state retains the economic value of limited public resources, such as numbering resources and radio spectrum. This approach eliminates potential conflicts between the financial positions of the regulator and the management of scarce resources, representing one of the key standards of the EU regulatory practice. I will also briefly refer to the draft law amending the law on electronic communications, which further expands the permitted use of regulatory contributions to a broader range of regulatory activities. RATEL users include entities operating with the regulatory framework, including radio spectrum users, operators, end users, public authorities, and international stakeholders. RATEL maintains several regulatory databases and electronic register necessary for market supervision and spectrum management. RATEL's internet portal and e-counter provide electronic communication and service delivery for operators. They can electronically submit forms, register a radio frequency station, obtain authorization and licenses, and submit technical data. The e-counter enables fully electronic submissions of applications, case tracking, and direct communication with the regulator, significantly increasing procedural efficiency and reducing administrative burden. Regulatory fees in electronic communications represent a core element on the regulatory framework and an important mechanism for ensuring its efficient functioning. The procedure for managing regulatory fees ensures that fees are calculated and collecting in accordance with the law on electronic communications, the law on postal services, the law on fees for the use of public goods, and the implementing bylaws. The procedure includes notices with the request for statements, decisions on regulatory fees, and decisions on revocation or annulment of previously issued decisions. The fee management unit prepares the necessary documentation and determines regulatory fees based on submitted data and applicable bylaws. The regulatory framework ensures both efficiency and protection of the public interest, including exceptions for the public authorities, emergency services, and security institutions. The achieved results are based on regulatory harmonization, process optimization, and the adoption of relevant regional regulatory practice. While the law established the general regulatory framework and the cost recovery principle, the fee calculation methodology is regulated through RATEL's bylaws. In 2025, the fee management unit achieved measurable results and significant results through efficient implementation of laws and regulation in practice. We have result by key activities included numbering resources decisions, radio spectrum decisions, temporary authorizations, electronic communications, final decisions and advanced decisions, and decisions for postal services. Additional activities included repeated procedures, corrections and revisions. Collections activities included a notice of overdue payment, collection proceedings related to radio spectrum and electronic communications fees, interest calculations, and manner proceedings. The results clearly demonstrate continuous revenue growth, high operation efficiency, stable revenues from electronic communications and postal services, and exceptionally high collection rate of approximately 99.9%. These results confirm both the scale and the complexity of fee management activities, as well as the importance of a reliable information system capable of monitoring all phases of the fee management process. Compared to the previous years, a significant improvement in fee collection efficiency has been achieved. Our regulatory approach is based on transparency, legal certainty, and consistent implementation of regulations. The Serbian legislative framework is largely aligned with the acquis of the European Union, contributing to regulatory certainty, market stability, and predictability. Today, we demonstrated how legal provisions are implemented in practice through effective regulatory and institutional mechanisms. Our objective is to develop a competitive, innovative, and sustainable electronic communications market for the benefit of end users. The results clearly demonstrate measurable progress between 2023 and 2025, characterized by sustainable and predictable revenue growth, increased operational efficiency, and highly efficient fee collection system. This is not merely regulation, it is a system that delivers measurable results. Thank you for your attention.
Thank you, Ms. Petrovic. It is also a great honor to welcome Ms. Milena Jocic-Tanaskovic, expert on digital connectivity at the Regional Cooperation Council. In her talk, Regional Trends in Telecommunications, she will provide a comprehensive overview of developments shaping our region.
Thank you very much. Hello everyone, ladies and gentlemen. At the beginning I have to say that I'm really privileged to be here and to thank AEC for inviting RCC and me to speak at the conference. So as you can see, I will talk about regional trends in telecommunications. When we say region, in RCC terminology is the Western Balkan 6. And I will also cover like the most important activities we are working on at this moment at the regional level. So I have to start with the Common Regional Market 2025-2028 Action Plan, which is the most important document we are working on. In fact, we are coordinating the implementation of the activities in this action plan. As it is the plan endorsed by the Western Balkan 6 leaders in October 2024. And this is not the first plan of this kind. This is in fact the third one. Here we are working with the institutions from the Western Balkans. The focus of the activities in the telecom sector in the CRM are further reductions of roaming charges between the Western Balkan 6 and the EU. Another, maybe the most important activity is improving the business environment in the telecom sector with the focus on improving and streamlining permit granting procedures. And another important activity is enhancing broadband developments and fostering cooperation in the area of radio frequency spectrum in the region. So what is our role, in fact, in all this? Well, it's a coordination, but not only. All these activities, as I already mentioned, what are the activities are carried out through the Western Balkan 6 Working Group on Connectivity, and we have regular meetings with the members coming from the Western Balkan 6 ministries and regulators responsible for telecommunications. Also, during the discussions with the operators on the reductions of roaming charges, we touched upon different topics, and in 2023 we decided to establish a so-called advisory and coordination group where we bring the representatives of public and private sector in the telecommunications, talking about the different issues and challenges that they are facing. So as I said at the beginning, it's a coordination, but not only. Imagine that you have to coordinate or to moderate the meeting with the representatives of all public institutions working in telecommunications field in the region and also with the operators. So you have to be very well prepared for that and know technical details. So all in all, it is not that easy. So it's not just a coordination. Let me just quickly go through the overview of the legislation and what is going on in the region about the adoption of the, at this moment, two most important EU acquis. As Veronica mentioned, there is DNA, but still it is not in this list. In any case, if we are talking about the code, all the economies, all the Western Balkan 6 are aligned except Kosovo and Bosnia and Herzegovina that are working on the drafts. As for GIA, North Macedonia is at this moment the only one aligned, but as you can see, if we are talking about Montenegro and Serbia, the draft law is already in the parliament. I checked for Albania, so public consultations ended like a couple of days ago, and in Kosovo, the transposition is ongoing. If we are talking about the projects, you see the number of WBF projects that are in fact that the Western Balkan 6 applied and got from the WBF, but only one is in the implementation phase, and you are all working in the telecommunications area, so you know that WBF funds are not structured and not prepared for this kind of projects. I mean the projects in the telecommunications area. In my opinion, I think the two biggest infrastructure projects in the region were done in Kosovo and in Serbia. So KODE in Kosovo and rural broadband project in Serbia. And of course, if we don't talk about the investments and projects of the operators. As for the 5G developments, so auctions were held in all Western Balkan 6, starting with North Macedonia in 2022, and the only Western Balkan 6 that still didn't organize the 5G auction is Bosnia and Herzegovina. So in terms of radio frequency bands, most of Western Balkan 6 are using 3.6 gigahertz, 700 megahertz is used in this Western Balkan 6 that freed up this spectrum. So in the Western Balkans, we still have some of the Western Balkan 6 that didn't freed up the 700 megahertz band. Here I prepared the DES indicators, so we are proud that we're working on the DESI indicators for the Western Balkans. So what is important to say is that this report that was published like I think it is less than a month ago, that we are working on based on the data provided by the Western Balkan 6 institutions, and the report cannot be published without saying yes of all the institutions from the region, and this report is based mostly on the data from 2024. So I intentionally provided the range here, Western Balkan 6 average and EU average, so you can compare that from this Western Balkan 6 range, you can see that Western Balkan 6 economies are at a different level of development in fact, in all these areas, maybe not only in the overall internet take-up, which is the closest one to the EU average. We are not that bad in very high capacity networks coverage and fiber to the home premises coverage, but if we are talking about the share of fixed broadband subscription, it is much lower than in the EU. And if we are talking about the 5G coverage, the data is from 2024. So at this moment, that's why this number, Western Balkan 6 average, is low. But in any case, in that moment, there were the coverage with the 5G signal already above 19% in North Macedonia and in Montenegro, that were the first Western Balkan 6 that introduced 5G. I have to touch upon roaming in any case, because this is an RCC presentation, so you know that we were like intensively and very much involved in the reduction of roaming charges in the region, as well as with the EU. I will not go into details because Marija Lukic from Ratel after me will present this in more details from the side of Ratel, but in any case I will provide some basic information. So you all know probably that Rome like at home regime in the region was introduced on 1st July 2021. If we can say in short that the traffic really exploded after the introduction of this regime in the region, and together with the operators, in fact with 38 operators from the region and the EU, we have been working together on the EU Western Balkan roaming declaration that was signed in December 2022, and implementation started on 1st of October 2023. What Commission introduced in the meantime, so it was like mid 2025, that they are giving the opportunity to the Western Balkan 6 to introduce Roam like at home on a bilateral basis. So what is important here is that the alignment with the EU roaming acquis is necessary. At this moment, the European Commission is expected to receive a negotiation mandate from the Council, and then with that mandate, they can start bilateral negotiations with each Western Balkan 6, in fact, on joining digital single market in the area of roaming. So now I'm coming to the maybe most important activity we are working on in the area of telecommunications, I mean, this year. So even I think that we started it in 2023. So we organized, for the ones that are here and remember that, we organized a round table in Tirana. It was summer 2023, and it was the first time that we discussed permit granting procedures in the region, and after a while we realized that it is a big challenge for the operators, and then we started thinking what to do in this regard, and then we really realized that we have to work on this together with the institutions and the operators. And what we did last year, so we prepared a questionnaire that we sent to the operators, all the operators from the region. So we prepared like a preliminary analysis of these responses. So as you can guess, and there are many representatives of the operators here, so they already know what are the challenges. They are in fact similar between all Western Balkan 6. So we could see that there are unpredictable timelines for giving the license, different and long administrative requirements, environmental constraints, high unclear inconsistent fees between the local operators in the same Western Balkan 6. So we also prepared a questionnaire for local municipalities in the whole region, and we shared it in February 2026, so this year. Based on these responses, we realized that we need additional and deeper analysis, so we clearly understand what is the state of play in each of the Western Balkan 6. So we engaged the consultants. They had already 30 meetings, and there are additional ones to be organized. So they are very busy at this moment. So the final assessment that we will be made based on these discussions. So they had meetings, and I also joined a few. They had the meetings with institutions in each Western Balkan 6 responsible for telecommunications, as well as with all the operators. So I would use this opportunity to thank all of you for joining these meetings and helping us in having some results in this regard. And I also want to apologize if I was boring, but I really think that this is an important topic. So the next phase we are planning is to prepare the draft and the analysis of these responses based on all the meetings. So we want to organize meetings in each Western Balkan 6 to present the findings. And we want to bring not only the institutions dealing with telecommunications, but also the other institutions that are, as we all know, very important for issuing the licenses. So please help us about this our main, in fact, main goal is to have a document adopted at the political level. So we want to say to the politicians that if they want good broadband developments, that they really need to work also on the streamlining and improving permit granting procedures. So you will be informed of the timing of this meeting. So I hope that we will be working together on this and have good results. So thank you very much.
Thank you very much, Ms. Tanaskovic. We are pleased to present a joint contribution by Ms. Marija Lukic, Chief Advisor for Relevant Markets Regulation and Roaming Services, and Ms. Suzana Duvnjak-Dragaš, Chief Regulatory Advisor. Together, they will deliver One Region, Two Frameworks, Shaping the Future of RLAJ between the European Union and the Western Balkans, addressing one of the most significant regulatory challenges of our time.
Good afternoon, dear colleagues. Today, we will discuss development of regulation of roaming in the Western Balkans. So, we will begin with looking back at the success of regional roaming agreement and briefly go through the evolution of the EU roaming regulation. After that, we will look on the structural shift in the integration with the European Union and legal pathways for alignment with the EU roaming acquis. After that, we will briefly go through legal steps Serbia has taken in this process, and in the end, we will see what are the key takeaways from this presentation. So let us begin. When we talk about the regional cooperation, regional roaming agreement stands as one of the most tangible and successful examples of this cooperation. Roam Like at Home regime was introduced on the 1st July 2021, and it was based on the EU roaming framework that was in force at the time. So it was primarily a roaming regulation from 2012. Impact of the regional roaming agreement is very measurable and it is clear. For example, total number of roaming users in the Western Balkans has increased by 25% in the period between 2019 and 2023. Also, data usage has increased significantly. For example, in 2023, there was increase by 70% just in that year. However, we have to recognize that EU roaming regulation and framework isn't static. It continues to evolve. So EU adopted new EU roaming regulation in 2022, and it further lowered wholesale roaming charges and introduced the principle of having the same quality of service abroad as at home. And it also stronger transparency obligations. So it is clearly a challenge for the Western Balkans. Even though a regional roaming agreement has been very successful, now it isn't aligned with the EU roaming framework. What is happening now? We are seeing the new phase of the integration with the European Union. European Union started exploring what are the legal instruments to integrate Western Balkans into the Roam Like at Home regime prior to being EU members. And in the meantime, this process was completed for Moldova and Ukraine. So they joined Roam Like at Home regime from the 1st January of this year. European Commission proposed negotiation on the bilateral agreements with each Western Balkans partner, and that proposal was introduced in February this year. Council is the one that will bring this decision, and it is expected in the June of this year. So what are the essential requirements for joining Roam Like at Home regime? First, there has to be alignment with the EU roaming acquis, and the second is there has to be necessary effective administrative capacity to implement all these rules. What is the Western Balkans reality now? So the regional roaming agreement remains in force and it needs further update, but it is not an obstacle for introduction of Roam Like at Home regime. On the contrary, it stands as a strong foundation for the future integration. We can expect updated agreement by the end of this year. So what does EU roaming acquis include? It is not only EU roaming regulation, there is also regulation on the fair use policy, on the termination rates, on the establishment of BEREC, and certain provisions from the European Electronic Communication Code that are not directly related to the Roam Like at Home regime, but they need to be in place for the whole system to function. So how can Western Balkans apply EU roaming acquis? We could identify three options. First one is having the amendments to the Constitution, and this will give us full legal clarity, but is a very complex process. The second option could be international agreement with the direct application of the EU regulations, which gives us faster implementation because there is no transposition into the national law. But there is a problem issue of dealing with the future changes in the EU legislation. And third one is having the international agreement with the obligation to transpose EU regulations into the national laws. And this is the most common way that Western Balkans are aligning with the EU acquis. But it also opens the question of dynamic alignment when there are future changes in the EU legislation. However, Moldova and Ukraine had this third option applied. And even though at first this model was presented as a reference model for the Western Balkans, EU is still assessing what could be the best and most appropriate legal instrument to apply. So Serbia, in the meantime, has drafted amendments on the law on electronic communications. And we could divide these amendments into two groups. First group could be amendments directly related to the Roam Like at Home regime that actually transpose provisions from the roaming regulation. And the second ones are the ones that are based on a broader EU acquis. There are provisions on termination rates, on participation in the work of BEREC, and other provisions from the European Electronic Communication Code that were not completely transposed in the original law. Of course, there has to be a secondary legislation, so there is a draft rule book on fair use policy and draft decisions on wholesale roaming charges and a draft decision on termination rates. So what are the key takeaways? We are definitely entering a new phase of integration with the EU and in the area of roaming. Regional cooperation, on the other hand, has proven to be a strong foundation in the further integration. What will roaming integration with the EU bring us? It will definitely bring tangible benefits for the citizens, for the businesses, and it will create more coherent digital market. What is important is that these two processes, the EU roaming integration and regional cooperation, can reinforce each other. So with the right regulatory choices, they can enable smooth and gradual transition towards full integration with the EU internal market. Thank you for your attention.
Thank you very much, ladies and gentlemen. Now it's time for the coffee break. Please keep it short because we need to continue. But before that, I need to please ask you to come near the stage to take the family photo.
Let's try together, please. Someone can be down, someone up, but please be here in the center. And if the weather is good, we will take another photo family out. Yes. Everybody, they have a free space up on the stage. Okay.
please, everybody who use the equipment for translate, leave on your chairs. Thank you.
Coffee break is on the terrace from your right side.
1, единица 2.
Ladies and gentlemen, please be seated. We are continuing with our second session. Now we will engage in dynamic panel discussion addressing trusted connectivity in the AI area, electronic communication standards, and the strategic evolution of 5G and spectrum management. Let's start with the session 2 titled Trusted Connectivity in the Era, False Identity and Telecom Security Challenges. I'm inviting Mr. Nikola Nikolov, advisor to the Director of Information Technologies from Agency for Electronic Communications, as a moderator on this panel, and Mr. Vladimir Ristevski, Head of Regulatory and Wholesale Regulatory Affairs, representatives from A1 Macedonia, Mrs. Olgerta Prende, Cyber Incident Simulation Unit, representative of National Cybersecurity Authority. Also, Mr. Blagoj Hristov, leader of Regulatory COA, Makedonski Telekom.
Good afternoon, everyone, and welcome. Today we are discussing a topic that is becoming one of the most important security challenges of our time. Trusted connectivity in AI era, false identity, and telecom security challenges. Connectivity today is no longer just about speed and infrastructure. It's about trust. Every call, every message, every digital identity, every connected services depends on trust in telecommunication systems. At the same time, AI is changing the threat landscape faster than ever before. We are seeing AI-supported phishing attacks, identity changes, voice cloning, telecom fraud, social engineering at scale, and increasingly sophisticated cyber operation targeting critical infrastructure. The question is no longer whether telecom security is important, but the real question is, are we ready for the next generation of identity and connectivity threats? We organized this panel together with our strategic country partners, UK and USA, and also with a very good cooperation with our biggest telecom provider, Makedonski Telekom and A1. I am very pleased to be joined by excellent experts from telecom, cybersecurity, and regulatory environment. Ms. Olgerta Prende from the National Cybersecurity Authority of Albania, Mr. Vladimir Ristevski from A1 Macedonia, and Mr. Blagoj Hristov from Makedonski Telekom. Thank you all for being here today. Let me start with the telecom perspective. Telecommunication operators today are facing an increasingly complex environment. They are expected to provide reliable and trusted connectivity, protected users and services, and respond to rapidly evolving cybersecurity and AI-driven threats at the same time. The first question for Vladimir and Blagoj is, from your perspective of telecom operators, what are the biggest security and trust challenges you see today in maintaining safe and reliable connectivity? How you are organized and how you protect your customers. Vladimir, we can start with you.
Thank you, Nikola. Thanks to everybody from Regulatory Authority for giving me opportunity to be present here and to be on this interesting panel. Yes, when we discussed about the topic of this panel, I was quite surprised that we are discussing today about network security, about identity preservation or integrity. It is a hot topic, and maybe not just like that. It has a reason. Maybe one of the biggest growing businesses in our ecosystem is fraud. It is surprisingly true. It is maybe not the biggest, but it is among the biggest growing businesses. Not only with strange revenues that they are providing for some shady companies or shady persons who are abusing our customers and our networks, and also not private companies only, but also public companies, but also in innovation. They are quite innovative, and it's very difficult to cope with that kind of behavior and growth, surprisingly, even for us as a long-term operator, not just in Macedonia. We are a group, so we exchange the experiences, and we see heavy growth in innovation.
And question is how you're organized and what you're doing to protect your customers.
First of all, we have to be in line with regulation. Regulation, it's lagging behind a little bit after the innovation of the fraudsters. But still we have some documents, as Bokarova mentioned previously. We have new documents within European Commission. We have Digital Network Act tackling at least a little bit of this subject. We expect maybe too much from single passport through European Union and exchange of experiences. Also, we have AI Act, which is first in the world within European Union, and it tackles at least several things regarding this issue, mainly in integrity of identification, false identification, deepfake, and several connected subjects. But of course, we have NIS2 within European Union, which was transposed in Republic of Macedonia last year. We are still waiting for the bylaws to be adopted by the ministry, and I think that we will be quite, at least in line with the state-of-the-art regulation. And honestly, as an operator, part of the group that have operations within European Union countries, we, not because just of regulation, but because of a group and trust within the group and our care for our customers and their integrity, we are heavily organized within security on networks, but also in services. We have organization within the group, which is as a whole group take care of the security issues, but also we have internal departments which are trying to be in line and to try to protect the customer, mainly the services which we are providing to our customers, but also our own network integrity. And until now, we can say that we are, at least within European Union rules, we are fully in line, compliant. I hope that the Macedonian bylaw will be similar, so we'll be more or less already in line, and we are looking forward for third establishment in the country. We have separate industry cert within the regulatory authority, and we see that it can bring value to us as operators. I hope that the national cert will bring more wider value to the whole industry of the country, in private but also in public sector, because not only private sector is vulnerable for this, also the public sector is very vulnerable for security issues.
Okay. Thank you. Thank you. The representative from the Ministry of Digital Transformation are here with us, so This is a very good point for them. Blagoy, from your perspective, from your...
Yes, okay. Thank you very much for having me on this panel. You know, it's interesting, on the back of the dollar there is a saying, in God we trust. In Deutsche Telekom Group there is a saying, in security we trust. And meaning that as the biggest telco group in the world, the biggest in Europe, we are deeply focused on the security, on all levels. From critical infrastructure to security physical and to cyber security, meaning even with the new platforms and AI threats. As Vlade mentioned, as a group we have the privilege to know in advance what are the biggest threats. Even though the criminals, the hackers, they are very fast developing even prior to the regulators and to the policymakers. But we are trying internally to develop the processes and to have the real safeguards, how to prevent and to protect our customers from those threats. Meaning that we are working first on our internal security as an operator, and later on leveraging this to the business users and to consumers users, to the end users. Using that experience, we're offering services such as SOC, such as penetration testing, such as several tools that are on disposal for our customers to use it for their prevention. We even in the past raised a big campaign between the business users how to check their vulnerability. And this was very well adopted from them. This is with the meaning that we have to spread the story that security and cybersecurity protection is a must nowadays, and therefore this should not be a cost for the users, but should be rather investment in their assets. Business users have their biggest asset in their core businesses. If they are leaving a backdoor, either physical or cyber, then there is a problem. So they must first be, let's say, they must have knowledge, then they have to be protected, they have to be organized, both organizationally and technically, and later on they have to put the back on their network provider. I will come back to the cyber security, but I just want to point out that in Macedonia we have to put attention also on the critical infrastructure and such, because there is no law that is covering this issue. It's still based on some old governmental decision. Law is in preparation, but if you are not protecting physically your integrity of your network, then what's the meaning on the higher level, cyber level, IP level? And second, that I want to point out that also we are trying to introduce also our competitors on the market, at least basic security for our users, using SafeNet or some other features when you are, let's say, surfing or being on internet via your mobile phone. Because we are connected, and we have to bear in mind that the threats are all around us. Yes, there are a lot of threats, as you mentioned, from false identity to phishing to smishing to, I don't know, the names that pop up. But we are in the focus. Actually, we are, as a users, we are in the center. And therefore, with all organizational measures, we are trying as operator to satisfy this protection for the end users. From time to time, we are also having internally some exercises, so to say, what will happen, how will happen in order to prevent from this cyber attacks, trying to be in advance aware what are the current threats. Nothing is safe for sure for ultimately, but we have to bear in mind, if we know the potential of the threats, if we are trying to avoid, to prevent, if we are having a good cyber hygiene, then we will manage at least to avoid certain threats. So meaning, as a integrated operator, we have the knowledge, we are sharing the group knowledge here also locally, we have support team here on the spot, and we are offering this to our consumers and also to our operators working with us on a wholesale level. I think that the state is pretty advanced with, let's say, drafting and adopting the certain regulation, but it still remains to have a clear advocacy or clear, let's say, literacy about what is cyber threat, how we should prevent it, how we should avoid it. Not to click this, not to, you notice that there are a lot of sharings on the net, on the social networks about potential threats, but anyhow we have to keep on being socially responsible and teach, especially the young generation that are constantly on internet, about the threats and the potential threats. So for the beginning, this is the...
Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you, Blagoje. I agree that those type of education should never stop, and we should always do our best, especially, as you said, for youngers, to keep them motivated and also educated what they should do in this open world. You mentioned several times regulation also, Vladimir. So, Olgerta, question for you from your perspective. Do you believe that current regulatory and cybersecurity frameworks are evolving fast enough to support secure and trusted connectivity in the AI era?
Thank you, Nicholas. Firstly, thank you everyone for being here today. On behalf of National Cybersecurity Authority of Albania, I would like to thank you for your invitation. For us, it's a great honor to be part of this conference. I think we have regulatories, but in my opinion, we have the regulatories and the laws must be in place in the same or faster than the threat landscape is. So what I would like to mention here in cybersecurity perspective is the NIS2 directive, which is the European cybersecurity law. I think it represents a broader and more mature approach to cybersecurity, and it moves the focus beyond technical protection and places more attention in resilience, and also as well as accountability, risk management, and what is more important is the coordination between the key sectors. So from Albania's perspective, I would like to mention that this is high relevant because currently we have the law on cybersecurity, law number 25/2024 on cybersecurity, which already moves with the same direction with the NIS2 directive, because we have done the adoption of that. And it aims to strengthen the information security systems as well as incident reporting, certification schemes, and also the institutional cybersecurity framework. I believe that this is a good approach and a good reference point also for the other Western Balkans. NIS2 directive is also an opportunity to build a stronger cybersecurity culture, as including here all the critical and information and important infrastructures. Telecom is included as well. So by having this kind of approach, we are doing a great investment also in the telecom infrastructure. In my view, the main challenge is the implementation part, because I agree that we have a law, but we have to implement it, and we have to implement in the right way and the proper way. So how to do that? We have to be ensured that also we have a public-private partnership, so both public and private entities have the right capacities. So it's too important, have the clear responsibilities. Everyone must know their responsibility, as well as also the other incident reporting processes and stronger cooperation with national authorities. So if we have this, then we will build a stronger resilience, not only nationally, but also through information sharing regionally in our Western Balkans and also globally.
So regulation is not, let's say, enough, right? There is always cooperation between, the need for cooperation between telecom operators, regulators, cybersecurity authorities, and even citizens is becoming essential, right? One of the most dangerous developments we are seeing today is the race of false identity. AI is making impersonation easier, faster, cheaper, and more convenient than ever before. From telecom perspective, Vladimir and Blagoy, without revealing sensitive operational details, can you share what type of false identity, or let's say telecom fraud challenges, operators are seeing today?
Question is quite extensive. Yeah, in previous era, many decades ago, maybe even more, we were facing simple frauds. Somebody will call you, tell you something very strange, and then you will pay to him, I don't know why. Or they will initiate some traffic from your phone and charge for something somewhere in Samoa, or I don't know, some in Africa countries where the mobile termination rates were more than several euros per minute. But it was previously. And then the evolution of this kind of frauds taken very seriously in rise. Several years ago, we started with heavy phishing, to detect heavy phishing on SMS level, on iMessage level, on other platforms where you can easily trick somebody. For example, we had 2 years ago or 3 years ago a lot of SMSs claiming that your package is almost ready for you. You just have to pay €2 and give your credit card to some guy from Kazakhstan, and he will process your package to your home. And it was quite difficult to maintain the security of our customers regarding this kind of behavior. But successfully, I think we had even joint actions with our main competitor in Macedonia. We tried to do a lot of things with firewalls on SMS level, with different approaches, which was quite difficult because according to Macedonian regulation, which is similar or same in European Union, we cannot see what the message is really, but we were trying to find some patterns and to learn where those kind of traffics are coming. But now we are getting to more and more advanced false identities, social engineering. We had within the group, we had heavy social engineering fraud, where somebody is presenting as other person, but it was on a basic level. It was just emotional playing with the customers. We had similar in Macedonia when somebody is saying that he is a son or daughter or relative of somebody and he is in the traffic accident or whatever, and they are trying to extort some money for something. It was with limited success, and then they upgraded to AI. And now we have several cases within the group we detected that AI is trying to call you. They will force you to speak a little bit with some AI bot. in order to record your voice and to duplicate your voice completely. And then they will know your voice, they will know your number, and they are trying, because customers are customers, we as a people are not ideal, we will install some very strange application that will expose our contacts to this AI bot or whatever. And then suddenly your cousin is receiving call from your number and with your voice, and then it's up to them how they will decide to extort money from you. It is difficult. We try to, within the group, but not within the group, I think that all operators are trying to impose heavy measures. We also forcing knowledge or information to our customers just to know that they are the goods. When you are installing some application for free, they are selling you, actually. So we try to explain to our customers, but also we have similar as SafeNet, we have NetProtect that we are giving to our customers in order a little bit to protect them, firstly, and also to encourage to get more information for them. It is difficult, but we are trying to cope whatever is necessary, to do whatever is necessary in order to protect, because as they started with AI, I don't think that they will finish just like that. Somebody will stop them.
And this is growing.
It's growing and evolving.
Blagoy, from your
So
perspective.
I would like to add that maybe we are lucky that we are still as a country, as a society, still not advanced in a digital journey. We are still analog, we need some papers. False identity is very hard to be, let's say, to be exercised when you are physically present. As Vlade mentioned in the past, we have a lot of divorces because the husband or the wife will present a false identity or declare to get the bill and the detail bill, and then to do something that is not proper. But now we are still very cautious with digital onboarding, which means that, you know, with your phone you could remotely onboard to have some contract, to sign some contract, to sign some annex, or to have some service. And we are very cautious because in that case there is need for certain procedures how to let's say perform this. And we are still lagging behind these threats that are worldwide happening. But as Vlade mentioned, mostly the threats are from phishing, from the asking for your personal data. Actually, therefore we are having a lot of trainings and a lot of awareness campaign about your personal data, not to match what is deferring you as a person. In case of something urgent, nothing is urgent, especially digitally. When you are clicking somewhere, you are becoming someone lunch, someone focus. And with the delivery services, this was happening in the past, and it's happening as well. And now also with this Safe City, you remember several phishing attempts. Anyhow, we, as operators, we are exchanging this learning paths, and we are trying to prevent. And mostly we are influencing on raising awareness and literacy between the people. The biggest focus are the elderly people because of their lack of digital threat awareness. But we are working on that. And what is worth to mention is that cybersecurity as a general threat is not differing whether it's public or private sector. There was a myth that mostly public sector is more vulnerable to such threats, but this is not the story. Also private sector, because private sector is restrained for investing in cyber protection. So we have to be honest, and we have to say that we have to approach equally to both, mostly with awareness campaign, and to, let's say, to share the story that nothing is urgent, double check, explore. we are living in a digital century and we have to be very careful. So, and anyhow, we are also behind the curtain with everything that is allowed. As Vlade mentioned, we are trying to inspect and to let's say, to analyze these abnormal activities. In case of emergency, we are reacting, we are trying to communicate the customers, the users. So there are a lot of activities on this sphere, but still we are a bit lagging behind these threats that could occur to our customers.
You mentioned Safe City. I believe that those false messages from Safe City also are part of education and part of training, even if that comes to the citizens directly, but a lot of citizens now ask, okay, this is a false message, right? So now they are prepared. Olgerta, from your perspective, what should governments, telecom operators, and institutions prioritize today to build a safer digital infrastructure?
I think, firstly, I'd like to add, in addition to all of the things that my colleagues mentioned, this gives us the definition that telecom is more than connectivity. It's a digital lifeline for society and economy. So when it has to do with cyber attacks, when the telecom infrastructure is attacked, the impact is not only technical, but it can also affect public services, emergency response, business continuity, and citizens' trust. So I'd like also now to go back to the question that you made, why it's too important to invest in this kind of infrastructure is because the telecom is like the main connector that connects also the other infrastructures. So if a cyber attack happens on the telecom infrastructure, directly we have taken also some of data that might be in another infrastructure, which is like a chain. So I think despite the fact of the investments in the infrastructure, we have to be aware and do lots of cybersecurity awareness trainings, and also by including here also table talk exercising, by implementing the secure by design infrastructure. And the majority of all of these kind of best practices, the implementation of these, then we will protect our infrastructures. What I would like also to mention, based on all of these cases that also we already mentioned, I think that the risk today, we are in a new area. The risk today is not more about the network disruption. Now we are talking about data exposure, we are talking about identity abuse, we are talking about the fraud, we are talking about the loss of public trust. So AI now is dangerous, but I would like also to mention that we can use also in our benefits in the defensive part. So why not we can do something also based on the law that also the EU Act, the colleague mentioned previously. We can help our infrastructures to improve in this area. So this is my opinion about that.
Yeah. Thank you. Very good. I think that we touched on many, let's say, critical issues today, like trusted connectivity, like AI-driven threats, telecom resilience regulation, and digital identity protection. Now I would like to open the floor and the discussion to audience. There are 2 mics around. Anyone from audience that would like to pose the question to the panelists, to a concrete panelist, or maybe some comments here.
Hello, Nenad from GlobalNet. You mentioned about the security on SMS messages that we get, the fake ones. How it happens the telecom operators accept messages, or how it works to prevent such messages accepting by users? Is it something like protected words?
Okay.
Protected patterns, something like that.
Okay, thank you. One more question from audience here. because we don't have a lot of time, sorry about this. We'll continue later.
Admirim Aliti, member of Commission of the Agency for Electronic Communications. Thank you very much for a very good discussion. We know that all attacks, first entry of attacks is the network. So it's basically your network. And there is some anecdotal evidence that even though operators like A1 and Telecom always say that they are very good in security and it's their focus and so on, in Macedonia actually you either have none or very little security officers on the ground, meaning that when concrete attacks happen, you need to, kind of outsource it in Germany or in Austria or elsewhere. So I would like you to be specific in your answers, if you can answer. Do you have security officers on the ground in Macedonia? So in some specific scenario when attacks happen, there are people here that can respond to it. Thank you.
Thank you, Minister. The first question to Blagoy: how can
regarding SMSs or
yes, the
okay.
SMSs?
Regarding SMSs, I don't believe that there is a certain filter that or buzzword or something that you could check because they are mostly AI-generated messages going through bulk providers reaching our end. We could not defer them from a regular bulk SMSs, and then it's a bit of an issue. It's not only a regular SMSs. The same is happening with WhatsApp, with Viber, with all the messaging platforms. So remaining for me, it's remaining that we have to raise the awareness. Because usually the voice is spreading, we are, let's say, sharing with our customers, okay, danger ahead, something is happening, and learning scenarios, how to prevent it, not to open it. And I think that we are pretty advanced in that. And shall I continue with the second? Or? Yes. Okay, regarding the second question, yes, you are right. We are currently rebuilding our on-spot SWAT team. Actually, we have security officer, we have all the necessary people here locally, but we are heavily using infrastructure and support and knowledge from the group. But just to share that we are very successful in the past, even with the threats happening. Usually, some bank will approach us and say, Houston, we have a problem, and the problem already occurred. We try to retain the data, to successfully restore the stolen, or to do some. We have interesting scenarios, but the issue is, as I mentioned in the previous discussion, that usually, especially the businesses, they are not evaluating what is their most valuable asset, their data. And when the incident is happened and they are not preventing that, from the network perspective, until reach our network, everything is locally. Wi-Fi router or something else, usually the approach is through the, if I mention that in administration we have a lot of Gmail accounts with easily, let's say, data that could be easily hacked. So this is an issue, but we are focused on this. At this very moment, we are focused on this to have a local presence, and this will be the future threat, for sure. You are right. Thank you.
For the first question, we cannot see what the message is conveying. So the text of the message we cannot see. But of course, we have different methods how to protect customers. I'm speaking about the SMS. About the Viber, about the WhatsApp, about everything else, it's out of our control what is inside. We can only advise our customers to install some virus protection or whatever. But the SMS, last year we changed the methodology in Macedonia together with our competitor. So we allow those kind of messages only to be on from whitelisted providers. So previously we were trying to detect some problem, then block this sender from wherever from the world, and this was very painful and very difficult because usually they would change the sender name and again send some unlawful messages. And we switched to another way of conveying the messages. We said, okay, we will have trusted SMS providers. We will have agreements with them on whatever level. And then they have to provide us which is the sender from their company, and we would check and then allow. If it's allowed, they can convey the message. If message is with some problem, we will stop the first sender, and then if continues, we will stop the provider. This is how we operate now. Previously, it was opposite. We were finding the bad guys, and now it is difficult, but we say, okay, first prove that you are okay, and then we will connect you to our customers. This is how we try to protect our customers. If we find that some sender is sending strange messages, because usually in several minutes somebody from our customer base will call us and I got this kind of message, what is it? And then we will stop the sender as a first instance, and second, the company who is sending and nobody else can send the message on A2P level. On P2P level, it's up to you. If you are a guy sitting somewhere and sending strange messages, it's and the second question, yes, we try to be in line with the needs from the business usually regarding the security, but also with the end customers. We have a team locally in A1 within our premises. They are doing the cyber security. They are doing all DDoS, phishing, smishing, whatever we find on our networks, and we are trying to do this first locally. But again, we have some escalation metrics. If our guys are not until now involved in this kind of behavior, we are trying to find help from our group. And even if we cannot find from our group, we are trying to find some help from our partners within the world. But yes, we have locally team fully prepared with education, but of course, constant investment in education is needed.
So it's good that, let's say, we are living in a connected world, open, and we can find partners around to help us. And it is good to see that even if that they are competitors, you collaborate for the better of
for the customers,
of our customers, of the government, of the citizens. Thank you to all our panelists for excellent discussion. And what is clear today is that trusted connectivity is becoming one of the foundations of digital society. AI brings enormous opportunities, but also new risks related to identity, trust, and security. It requires cooperation between telecom operators, regulators, cybersecurity authorities, industry, and citizens themselves. Thank you all for joining us today. It was a pleasure.
Thank you very much to Nikola, Vladimir, Blago, and Olgerta for the very interesting panel discussion. Now it's time for lunch. The lunch will be hosted by TCI at the restaurant in Hotel Metropole, and after the lunch, which will be for about 1 hour, so 2:30 p.m., we'll be back together here and continue with the program. Thank you very much.
everybody who use translation, please leave the receiver here in this room, on the chair or on the table. Thank you.
Jedan, dva, jedan. Dobar dan, jedan. Jedan, jedan. Jedan, dva.
Не пуштено.
Ladies and gentlemen, before we start our third session and the panel, I need to inform you that unfortunately the sightseeing is cancelled. So the buses will be in front of the Bellevue Hotel at 7 p.m. to take you to the restaurant Biljanini Izvori for dinner. So as we said, the next session is titled Electronic Communications Standards. Liljana Hadžijevska-Antovska, Technical Secretary of Institute for Standardization of the Republic of North Macedonia and C2 and TC34, Standardization Institute of the Republic of North Macedonia, is the moderator. So then our panelists are Professor Venceslav Kafedžijski, President of ISRSM TC2, St. Cyril and Methodius University in Skopje, Faculty of Electrical Engineering and Information Technologies. Then Igor Boyađijev, member of ISRSM TC2, Agency for Electronic Communication. Professor Ljupčo Antovski, President of ISRSM TC34, St. Cyril and Methodius University in Skopje, Faculty of Computer Science and Engineering. Jane Antov, member of ISRSM TC34 from Neocom Skopje. Let's welcome our panelists.
Thank you, and good afternoon to all. Yes, and good afternoon. I would like to express my sincere gratitude, both on my own behalf and on behalf of the Standardization Institute of the Republic of North Macedonia, for the opportunity to present and participate in an event of such great importance at the international level. As you know, my name is Liljana Hadžijevska-Antovska, and I will have the privilege of serving as the moderator of this panel discussion. It is a great honor for me to participate together with our distinguished panelists, Professor Venceslav Kafedžijski, Igor Boyađijev, Professor Ljupčo Antovski, and Jane Antov. The structure of today's session will begin with brief presentations from each of us participants, focusing on the key issues and experiences within our respective fields of work. What connects all of these perspectives is the common importance of standardization and standards. Following the presentations, we will have several questions to the presidents of the TC2 and TC34, after which we look forward to an interactive discussion and questions from the audience. So throughout our presentations and introductions, presentation will be in the background. So let's start first with the national standardization in electronic communications and introduction of this Standardization Institute of the Republic of North Macedonia. It's time for standards, so you can see on this slide that everyone, that in the past how it was measured the standards, what were the standards in the past. And also that the standards are everywhere in the world and everywhere around us, even for work or even for leisure. These 6 principles are the basic principles of the European standardization system. There are many benefits of the standardization, not only this, but even more. What are the connection and relation between European towards Macedonian legislative? You can see new approach directive, so legislative and regulation European are transposed in Macedonian legislative, for which are responsible ministries and regulatory bodies. The standards, the harmonized standards, who are within these directives and regulations are adopted as a Macedonian standards in the Standardization Institute of the Republic of North Macedonia. This is the history, the beginnings of the establishment of the Standardization Institute in Macedonia. So, in 2003, by the decision of the government of the Republic of Macedonia, and based on the law on standardization, the Standardization Institute was established. The activities that Standardization Institute is performing are given on these 2 slides. We have also, beside benefits from standardization, we have benefits also from membership in this Standardization Institute. Let's see the structure of the Standardization Institute: management bodies, assembly, council, and board for control of material and financial operations. Managing body is the director and the internal infrastructure of ISRSM. And not to forget, the most important technical infrastructure of Standardization Institute, which are the technical committees, and all of these panelists are presidents or members in these technical committees that are subject to this session. Internal organization, this diagram of ISRSM, where this department for standardization, we have unit for electrotechnical, telecommunication, information and technology standardization, which is also the subject of this session. Other activities that Standardization Institute do, where are we members? Full members, associate members, or in ETSI, which is also subject for this conference, in European Telecommunication Standards Institute, we are national standards body because there are different membership as in other European and international organization for standardization. Standardization Institute is only national standards body. And as you know, maybe the full member is Agency for Electronic Communications. And of course, the copyright of standards is in accordance with the law on copyright and related rights. What are the interested parties that are included within the members in ISRSM? Also included all of interested parties which participating in the technical committees. How can technical committee and members, delegates or experts can participate in plenary meetings or working groups for developing of a standard? Also, we have other, maybe the same, but and other benefits from participating in the technical committees. And within the Standardization Institute, we have 2 rule books, which are subjected rule book for establishment and work of technical committees, and one for preparation and adoption of Macedonian standards. Currently, there are 36 active technical committees in different areas, scopes, not only electrotechnical or telecommunication, but civil engineering, machinery, agriculture, etc., etc. But these 6 are in the area of electrotechnical engineering. And 2 of them, electronic communications and information and communication technologies, are subject of this session. So they are only short facts for TC electronic communications. The president for TC2 is Wenceslav Kafedžiski. Here is the scope of work, all of ETSI projects and technical committees. For TC34 is Professor Ljubča Antovski, the president, and also the scope of work from SENS, SENELEC, ISO, and IEC committees. You can see a lot of, and at the end, some useful links for Standardization Institute. Thank you for your attention, and now we can proceed for short presentations with the other participants. Now I will give a floor for the Professor Wenceslav Kafedžiski.
Thank you, Jana. Thank you, the agency, for inviting us for this panel and presentation of standardization activities in ISRSM. I'm the president of TC. Okay. Sorry. Of TC2 or TK2, the technical committee of Institute of Standardization that deals with electronic communications. The number of participants right now is 12. It was founded in 2008. We have members from agencies like the Agency of Electronic Communication of Ministry, then from universities, from the operators, and economic chambers, and some societies like ETA Society and MANU, of course. TK2 is a mirror of ETSI, European Telecommunication Standardization Institute, and actually mirrors all of its committees into this one committee. ETSI was founded in 1988 by the CEPT, and it deals with standards in the area of electronic communication. It produces harmonized European standards, or EN standards, which means in French, I guess, or German, European norm. And it has over 900 members. ETSI technical committees, which are parts of ETSI and that produce standards, are numerous. You can see here Many of them, some were founded longer time ago, some of them recently. You can see Cyber Committee, you can see ESI Committee, which I will explain, then MSG, Mobile Standards Group, which I will explain in more detail, and other committees. There are also industry specification groups, which are very recent groups that deal with the most modern and state-of-the-art activities in 5G and 6G. Now it's the road to 6G, as you all know. You can see here listed all these specification groups, which are really very, very state-of-the-art, doing state-of-the-art research and standardization, and then collaborative projects, which is 3GPP and 1M2M. What is 3GPP? 3GPP drives global standards for cellular technology. Although it's called 3G, it deals with all the other generation, more later generation, like 4G, 5G, and 6G. There is participation of 7 standardization organizations, which are from Japan, China, India, United States. ETSI is from Europe, of course. And it actually develops specifications. And here we see comparison of 4G, 5G, and 6G. I don't want to delve into this because there are a lot of details here, but you know the data rate, the reliability increases, the energy consumption decreases, the latency decreases with each next generation, the number or the density of devices increases, etc. This is the time roadmap of 5G evolution towards 6G. Right now we are in the advanced 5G advanced phase. So 5G started with release 15, then 16, 17, then 5G advanced, release 18, 19, and 20 of 3GPP, and 6G, there will be releases 21 and 22 in future. The road to 6G, the aim is to have 6G in 2030. As we all know, each generation takes around 10 years to become reality. As I said, 3GPP doesn't produce standards, but produces technical specifications. So it's the Mobile Standards Group within ETSI, which actually makes the standards, which are European harmonized standards. Also, the other aim of this group is to funnel European demands into 3GPP, so the other way around. And there are two more tasks which are listed here. ETSI 5G standards, main standards, are listed here, which we adopt in TK2 at the Institute of Standardization. Basically, we are in a phase of adopting, actually endorsing those standards, the method of endorsement, but we adopt them as MKS, or Macedonian standards. Here, these are the main standards. There is also this standard on adaptive active antenna systems, which include massive MIMO and advanced beamforming. And also, we update the previously adopted standards because they have many versions. Each year, there is new version that includes all the advancements. The other main topic, it took a lot of time. The other main topic of my talk, or maybe when I will take another shot later, it's the cybersecurity work in ETSI, which is basically going on in 3 ETSI committees: TC Cyber, then TC ESI, which means electronic signatures and trust infrastructure, and now very popular SAI, which is dealing with securing artificial intelligence. And I will hand to the next speaker and maybe talk about cybersecurity later.
Okay, we continue with member of TC2 Electronic Communications, Igor Boyadjiev from AEC.
Okay, good afternoon to everyone. My name is Igor Boyadjiev and I'm the AEC representative in the Technical Committee 2, the Technical Committee for Electronic Communication. In the next few minutes, I will try to explain how we implemented the adopted Macedonian standards into the national legislation. First of all, a few words regarding ETSI. I hope that everyone here knows that ETSI is abbreviation of European Telecommunication Standard Institute, and it covers standards from the area of electronic communications, intelligent transport systems, and medical electronic. AEC represents Macedonia in ETSI since 2006, when we became full member on the 48th of General Assembly in Nice. As it was mentioned previously, ETSI unites more than 900 member organizations in and outside of Europe, including manufacturers, network operators, administrations, service providers, research bodies, and users, all of them key players in the information and communication technology sector. The use of the standards into the legislation is coming from the obligations from the law on electronic communications, and the main obligations are encouraging the development of public electronic communication networks and services in order to ensure economic and social development, encouraging the use and development of broadband, protection of the users' rights, including end users with disabilities and end users with special needs, efficient use of radio spectrum and numbering, and promoting the development and encouraging investments in public electronic communication networks by introducing new technologies and services. Very important thing that is defined in the law on electronic communication is the way of construction of electronic communication networks. So they should be constructed according to the Macedonian norms, but also are applied standards or technical specification of ETSI, CENELEC, ITU, ISO, IEC, and CEPT. Also in the law is defined the obligation of AEC. I'm not going deeply into detail here regarding this obligation. Here on this slide I choose, this is an extract actually from the National Frequency Allocation Table, and I choose this part of the spectrum 470 till 862 megahertz. Maybe because it is not just of interest of us or in the region, but also for all of the Europe. And we can see here that this part of the spectrum is intended for broadcasting service and land mobile service on a primary basis. We can see that in the first column. In the second column is governmental use. We can see that here is no governmental use. The next column is applications that are using for each radio service respectively. Next is the column for the international decision and recommendations, and the last one is the column about standards for the appropriate or respective radio service. All of these standards here in this column are shown here. We can see that here we have standards for electromagnetic compatibility and DVB-T, digital terrestrial TV broadcast receivers, radio microphones, wideband audio links, and base station and user equipment for IMT 2000. We can see here that before each numeration of the standard, we have an abbreviation of 3 letters. MKC. Actually, it comes from the Macedonian Cyrillic alphabet, and it stands MKS, which means Makedonski Standard or Macedonian Standard. So after the adoption, the numbering of the standard, the sign of the standard is with this prefix. All of the standards that are using in our national legislation are published as Annex 4 in the National Frequency Allocation Table. And is published also in the official Gazeta. We can see here from the left side the Macedonian numeration and short title in Macedonian, and on the right side is short title in English and the numeration, European numeration of the standard. I mentioned in one of the previous slides that we have some obligation as a regulator from the law on electronic communication. So one of the main things that we have to perform is to take care or to check whether the network operators offering or provide services regarding with the norms that are defined. So we are performing, in this case, we are performing some measurements in this case, for quality of service. And for this type of measurements, we are using the relevant documents of ITU, CEPT, ETSI, and BEREC. You can see here that for each technology, we are using defined methodology as it is shown in the CEPT reports. Also, we are using the technical specification of ETSI standard for the reception from base station for LTE technology and 5G new radio. And also the measurements and the measurement equipment that we are using meet the technical requirements from the appropriate ETSI standard. So that was all from me. I will give the floor to the next panelist.
Thank you, Igor. Now we continue with Professor Ljubča Antovski, President of TC34, and from FINKI.
Many thanks, Lila, for the introduction. Before I start, I would like to thank Igor Brđe for inviting us to this AEC panel. As well, thanks to the audience. I really appreciate, I know we are after lunch, but bear with us. In 18 minutes and 16 seconds, we'll have coffee break, as we can see the timer here. I'll try to be as short as possible. I do not come from telecommunications. I come from the ICT standards technical committee. As a chair as well, I do participate in the TC307 blockchain committee of ISO. In a nutshell, what the technical committee 34 is doing in Macedonia, we do the national ICT standardization. The scope comes from starting from software, computer networks, data, IT security, up to the buzzwords that everybody's hearing nowadays, AI and blockchain and digital ledger technologies. What do we do in practice? Honestly speaking, we do mirror quite a few international technical committees, especially the focus on ISO, but as well the European SANELEC, where we do endorse actually those standards as national standards in Macedonia. So the focus of the committee is to adopt those standards. We do make sure that we do support standardization with the European practice, and as well, this is the place where academia, the business, public bodies can meet as a neutral table and discuss what is an importance, what should be endorsed as a standard in Macedonia. We do cover quite a few modern topics. I heard a lot of things today about AI. We do monitor, actually we have a representative from the National Bank of Macedonia who is our representative in the SC42, where we follow what's happening in the AI aware. Mr. Antov, who is next to me, he's following the information security in SE 27, and I do follow the blockchain stuff. So we know what's happening in international bodies. We do participate, and we can influence what's important, so our voice could be heard there as well. What's the impact actually of the work we do? We turn something which are buzzwords, which is nowadays El Dorado, let's put it that way, like AI, like cybersecurity, like blockchain, in something which is a standard, which is measurable, testable, and implementable. We do help that standards are on time, adopted here, so they can be used in regulation, and we do influence with our contributions to international bodies. When it comes to the technical committee, not only to this committee, but probably Professor Kafedzinski could agree with me, you are more than invited as business, as operators, as public institutions to join and to influence what's important for you in order for those standards to be adopted. This is all for me for now, so I do expect some nice questions from the audience before the coffee break. Thanks.
Thank you, Ljubčo. So now the final presentation is from Jane Antov, member of TC34, that comes from Neocom.
Thank you, Liliana. I will try to focus my presentation on practical impact of international standards on our market. So I will focus on data center standards. There are several data center standards internationally, primarily as Macedonian standard endorsed by the European Union, European Community, is the EN 5600 standard for information technology, data center facilities and infrastructure. This was on the European environment, the first standard for data centers, more than 10 years ago. International Standards Organization endorsed this standard, but with different naming. So ISO 22237 is practically the same standard as 5600 from European Union. There is also probably the oldest standard, TIA 942, which is around the 80s, from 80s, and it's focused more on telecommunication data centers, because those technologies require a lot of energy and a lot of space. But nowadays it's still active, also focusing on telecommunications data centers. The European standard and international standards are more focused on different type of data centers, not only telecommunications, but hyperscalers, co-location data centers, and enterprise data centers. And lastly, which is not focusing more on data centers, but in cooling or heating, it's the American standard from the American Society of Heating and Refrigerating and Air Conditioning Engineers, usually called ASHRAE. Because why is it relevant? Because even the International Standard Organization and the EN standard for data centers, regarding the requirements for cooling and for sustainability, they are using the standards from ASHRAE. These all are the relevant standards for data centers. On our market in Macedonia, we have endorsed the European standards, and we are focusing on that European standards. We as a company bought the standards from the Institute of Standardization, and when building our data centers, we follow those guidelines. Also, there is an Uptime Institute, which is a private held organization. It's not an international standard organization, but more private, focusing also on data centers, but mostly on energy, cooling, and sustainability. And of course, as the name of their company, it's Uptime Institute. It's also relevant. This organization is an American organization focusing on tiering the data centers and also certifying the companies that are using their standard. But also this standard is this organization is doing their guidelines, is using their guidelines from the international standards. So what are the key components of the European standard for data centers? The basis is the different classes for data centers, like class 1, 2, 3, 4. The highest level means that every component in the data center is reliable and high available and in configuration of N+1. The standard, it's not one document, it's several documents, mostly seven documents and 5 guidelines. Also, this standard is focusing on KPIs, so it's not just words to follow, but also KPIs. So when implementing this standard, it's not not only to obtain that standard, to retain the standard, you must follow the KPIs, which in Europe, different countries are more restrictive, especially Germany nowadays, especially on the power usage efficiency or water usage efficiency. So the key parameters of the standards are, as I said, power usage efficiency, water usage efficiency, lately renewable energy factor, carbon footprint, very used in a European market, and reporting. Germany from the next year will require all data centers spending more than 500 kilowatts. The proposition was 300, but then moved to 500 kilowatts, must report the KPIs, especially power usage and water usage efficiency, to the government bodies. And they will be sanctioned if they're not aligned with these requirements. On our market, local market challenges, so this standard is pretty much new, also for our market. Also, our market is just starting investing in data centers, especially with the buzzwords of AI. A lot of investors and companies are wants to build data centers on our local market. But the main challenges on our market is the energy. So we don't have enough energy. We must produce energy for data centers. Also the location. Seismic plates in our country are very disturbing, so you must use a location that is more reliable, or to implement technologies, so in case of earthquakes, there's no consequences on the data centers. The third is the interconnectivity. Mainly we are mountainous country, which means that getting links, telecommunication links to the data centers sometimes can be very challenging. Especially we see that the telecom operators, comparing to the European markets, on our market have less capacity for connecting data centers. Also, the other challenges are the design challenges. So when we started with this standard, the idea was for the electrical engineers, mechanical engineers, architectural engineers to follow these standards. But for one project that we worked, it took us almost 2 years to have the final design, because of not following the standards that we provided to the engineers. Civil engineering, mostly with the capacity of civil engineering on our market, the building materials that are not available on that market, that we have to wait several months to get them, to be compliant under the standards, under the requirement of the standards, and also the competition. So how it works? Institute of Standardization is endorsing the standards and giving recommendations to the government and government bodies to utilize international standards, but also to do business. But the business and the government institutions are not obligated to use these standards. So having in mind the competition wants to invest less and less and to be more profitable, so they're not really educated regarding the standards, and they're not investing in using these standards when building such scenarios. But I hope, because we struggle also with civil engineering and with designers, and after several projects, I think that right now in the market there are several companies that have capacity to follow these standards and to build data centers as the standards requires. I was trying to be very fast so we can have some questions and to be on time for the coffee break. Yeah. Thank you for your attention, and Liliana, please.
Thank you, Jane. So we are now proceeding with a short discussion between panelists. So Professor Kafedziski, as you mentioned and described in your presentation about the activities that are going on in TC2, electronic communications and their relation to ETSI activities, could you please tell us what is the focus of current work of TC2 regarding adopting new standards in the areas of mobile systems and cybersecurity?
I already talked about mobile systems, 5G standards, and I would like to say a few words about cybersecurity. There are 3 committees within ETSI. Oops, we lost. So there are 3 committees within ETSI which deal with cybersecurity. That's the Cyber Committee, which deals with security in communications, also with quantum security, quantum key distribution, post-quantum security, then ESI, which deals with digital trust or electronic signatures and trust infrastructures, and then the SAI, which is the security of AI. ETSI standards for IoT security are made within Cyber Technical Committee, and right now we are in the phase of adopting very important standard, which is ETSI EN 303645 about IoT security. Because I need to be very short, I will just. There is also CENELEC standard for security of internet radio equipment, which is adopted in the Technical Committee 34. And then digital trust. Digital trust deals with electronic signatures, digital certificates, trusted time stamping, cryptography, authentication, and trustworthy AI. Digital trust standards, there are several which have been adopted in our committee, TK2, ETSI standards, but now we are in the phase of updating them. Also, very important area right now is quantum safe and quantum secure communications. Post-quantum cryptography deals actually with developing mathematical algorithms, which are not quantum algorithms, they're classical algorithms, but that will be resistant to quantum attacks. And also there is quantum secure cryptography or communication where the principles of quantum mechanics are used and quantum keys are used. So there are these 2 one is the industry specification group, and the other is already working group within the cyber committee of ETSI, which deal with these things. And then just to mention one more, security of AI, now it's a buzzword. We have several threats like prompt injection, jailbreak attacks, then data poisoning, we have model theft, we have other types of attacks, hallucinations, etc. And another standard, which is very new, it was actually adopted by ETSI in January this year. It's standard 304223 for cybersecurity for AI systems, which needs to be adopted by the national standards organizations by September of this year. So we are in the phase of adopting this standard. This is the first cybersecurity standard for AI systems in the world. So we are really very current in this work, following the work in ETSI. Okay, that's basically, and it's in compliance with the EU, AI Act, which was mentioned today, that started to be implemented in 2024, but it is ongoing process, and there is a timeline here which you can just take a look at.
Thank you. Thank you, Professor. Now, one last question for the Professor Ljubča Antovski in connection with artificial intelligence. We hear a lot about AI, sometimes as a way to improve quality of service, sometimes as a new cyber risk. How do you see AI being used for quality of service in telecom networks? And what lessons do we take from the recent news about Anthropic Mythos model that can autonomously find vulnerabilities in ICT?
Yeah, quite an interesting topic, a lot of discussion, especially on the US market, because Anthropic already gave access preview to banks, public institutions. Unfortunately, we are not in that group that we have early access to Mythos. They say it might not be true, that it's quite advanced in finding vulnerabilities. Nowadays, when we speak about AI, usually it is about traffic prediction, congestions, avoidance. But on the other side, Mythos reminds us that there is a dark side where the bad guys can use it as an attack against IT systems and networks. So in the future, I see that both sides will be playing cat and mouse. That the other side, the bad side, will have as well AI models capable of doing attacks. Where do as a standardization, where do we stand? We closely follow what's happening in ISO. Those cases are really worked upon as use cases and appropriately addressed with specific standards and guidelines. So we do follow. We are here as available for the industry to know what's happening. We do invite again everybody to join. Something that I would like to use as an opportunity, not only to join the technical committee, but maybe you heard on the news, Finki, where I come from, we do started one AI project, which is called Vezilka. It has been financed partially by Finki, partially by Ministry of Digital Transformation, and partially by the European Union. It brings AI supercomputing power, but we do appreciate and invite the industry to come forward with their ideas about projects and implementations, and to work together on those projects, because it will be a challenging time in the future. Yeah, and thanks.
Thank you, Ljubča. So, because the time is very short, I would like to conclude this session with questions from the audience, maybe. If someone have a question, please.
Everything is clear, probably. Absolutely.
And coffee is waiting.
Coffee is waiting for us.
Robert Ordanovsky from MEPSA. Is the main condition to be part of this standardization institute for the male members to have glasses?
Just the bosses without glasses.
Thank you.
Okay. Thank you. If you have, yes. If you have some other questions, maybe. If there are no questions, we would like to thank for this productive mutual session. Thank you very much.
Thank you.
Thank you very much for the very interesting discussion. As you said, we invite you now for another coffee break. Have fun, but please come back again in 15, 20 minutes. Ladies and gentlemen, the session 4 will start with a presentation titled From Spectrum to Strategic Platform, when mobile networks become more than connectivity. Turning to the advancements in connectivity, it is my distinct pleasure to introduce Mr. Paul Zarandi, Chief Strategy Officer for Mobile and 5G at 4IG Group and Chairman of the Board of Directors at One Macedonia. In his presentation, Mr. Zarandi will share his perspective on how radio spectrum and mobile networks are increasingly evolving into strategic platform assets, not only for traditional telecommunication services, but also for public safety and the space and defense industries. This perspective is particularly relevant for 4IG Group, which is simultaneously expanding its telecommunications footprint while building a regional, integrated, NATO-compliant space and defense technologies powerhouse.
Thank you very much. Good afternoon. It's very nice to be back here. I was first speaker on this conference a year ago, that time in Skopje. And if you remember, that time the main topic was that we just, I think just before the conference, we submitted our application for the spectrum license for the third mobile operator. So after 1 year, I'm happy to share that we are progressing. As you probably saw or remember, back in January we had a very important milestone because we got the spectrum license, we paid for it, and actually I'd like to take this opportunity to say thank you to Mr. Rakiku and his team and President Orse as well for the support and to make this acquisition process successful. And maybe a very brief update. So we are working on the project. We have here with me Brano Đurović, our CEO, and some other members of the team. Actually, I'd like to mention one of our recent hires, Biljana Dimova. It's important because she's leading our legal and regulatory area, and after a short break, she came back to the regulatory community, so I think many of you know her very well. It's a very, very important role for us. Yeah, so we bought the spectrum. We started placing the orders for the network equipment, and we do a lot of work which is not so visible, with the Albanian colleagues, preparation of the network, the IT systems. Many colleagues in Albania and Hungary, they are working behind the scenes on the IT, on the commercial parts, and the plan is that we open the network according to the regulatory obligations early next year. So, and I thought there is not much very exciting stuff to talk about the project because, as I said, it's happening behind the scenes. So what should I talk about here? After thanking the opportunity to speak, I thought that I talk a little bit about radio spectrum and how we think at 4IG Group about radio spectrum. If you think about it, for us in the telecommunication industry, radio spectrum is really strategic. So the amount of spectrum that you have, the type of spectrum, it really defines what you can do in that market. And that's the reason when at 4IG we started our journey to build a regional telecommunication group. It started like 5 years ago. So we started looking at potential acquisition targets. We successfully acquired operations in Montenegro and Albania. And the first and most important thing what we always look at is the spectrum holding of the operator. And we have actually a really good spectrum portfolio in all the countries where we operate. So C-band is for capacity, mid-band also for capacity, low band for reliable coverage. In all countries where we secure spectrum, we have really good holdings. Just to mention C-band, so in Hungary we have 130 megahertz, in Montenegro 140, in Albania 120, and here in North Macedonia we also managed to secure a very nice 100 megahertz block. So that's kind of the starting point. I thought that, when talking about spectrum, I share with you some interesting perspective about two projects, basically. In Hungary, we recently announced a project that we would team up with one of our competitors, the SETIN, belonging to EN-PPF group, to create a combined network in Hungary. So it's going to be a network sharing project. What I would like to point out here is that while we are going to share the infrastructure and try to optimize cost, we found a solution where we can retain our full spectrum autonomy. So we don't want to compromise our strategic autonomy on spectrum, because this is how we can really differentiate ourselves, and this is how we are a player in the market who is really powerful. In a way, it is similar to North Macedonia, because here we are entering with our own spectrum, but we are not going to build significant own infrastructure. So we are going to use the existing infrastructure that is available on the market. So kind of it's different, because consolidating the networks in Hungary and creating a new network in North Macedonia, but in a way it is similar, because from spectrum point of view, which is the most important, we are it's key to our strategy to be able to differentiate and have our spectrum management autonomy. So, so that was kind of the first topic, that why spectrum is so important for us. Why when we enter new markets we always look at spectrum, and when we whether we build a new operator or whether we buy an existing one. But for us, more and more. So there are new aspects which are coming to our thinking, and when it comes to spectrum and mobile networks, and we see that in the future, and already actually in the present, mobile networks will be used not only for traditional telecommunication services, but for many interesting other areas. And because for IG Group, I don't know how much you know about this, we have a very strong space and defense arm, we believe it will become even bigger than the telecommunication arm. So that's why it gives us a special perspective. And if you read the industry news, you can hear more and more about mission critical services, using 5G networks for drone detections or drone control. There is this new topic of sensing, so using 5G base stations for integrated communication and sensing. These are all on our radar now. So while here in North Macedonia, the team is really focusing on the basics, so to really focus on establishing the mobile operator. At the same time, in our strategic thinking, the new horizons are already there, which relate to these interesting topics. And it's not only the future, because when we talk about public safety networks, PPDR networks, so there are different models in Europe. Very often there is the state operator, state entity who is kind of responsible for the service, and sometimes they build their own dedicated access network, mobile network with their own spectrum. Sometimes they don't do that. They buy wholesale access to an existing commercial operator's network. Now in Hungary, we have a hybrid model. So there is a state-owned operator called PPDR, public safety operator called ProM. They do have a nice nationwide grid, something like 2,500 base station sites, but it's still not sufficient for full coverage, and their spectrum is quite limited. So they opened a tender a few years ago to buy wholesale access to one of the commercial operators' network, and it's a standardized way of priority access. So if there is a situation where they need the capacity, they have preemption, so they get. We guarantee that they get 30%, at least 30% local capacity of the network, and they pay for it. It's a wholesale business. It's a really good business for us. It's kind of a dual, the dual use logic that we have our commercial network, but we try to monetize it and try to create a good service for other players, like from the government domain. For them to build their own dedicated high capacity network, it would be very, very expensive. So it's a really great solution. In some countries, like for example in Finland, similar government company, they have their own dedicated core network, but they don't have their own access network at all. They are using Elisa, the Finnish operator's access network entirely. I think this is a really good story because it kind of shows how this dual use opportunity starts opening up. But if you look a little bit more to the future, so the next step is more like military type of dual use applications. I flashed up two brief stories. One is on the left-hand side from Ericsson. So Ericsson in the US, they are trialing technology where the 5G network can be used to detect, sense drones. You understand that nowadays this whole drone detection, the drone issue is becoming a really hot topic. So it's quite timely that they started working on that. I think that it will be really standardized, this ISAC integrated sensing and communication, mainly in 6G, but already these players demonstrate that something can already be done with 5G technology. And on the other side, it gets even more interesting because from the defense industry, they take notice of this opportunity. Lockheed Martin is probably the world's biggest private defense company, and they also started piloting this solution, and they are developing their own solution, how to use the commercial 5G networks for drone sensing and drone detection. And not only the US, the European Union also launched a communication that they will shortly launch an express for interest to governments and the industry for 5G-based drone sensing technologies. So, and why is it so exciting for us? Because, as I mentioned, 4iG Group, apart from being very solid now and very strong in the telecommunication industry, we are building a new space and defense industry powerhouse in the region. Already now we have more than 3,000 people employed, and as you can see, we have these 5 big domains: space, aero. This is where we have in the aero area the anti-drone unit. So we have our own anti-drone unit with radars and stuff like that. We have a cyber and defense digitization unit. That's also a huge one for the digitization of the military. That's another very important touch point to our telecommunication business. And I put there some key partners. So in the space and defense industry, in the last few years, we developed really strong top-level partnerships with the largest space and defense industry global players like Rheinmetall, the German Rheinmetall. They own 25% of 4iG Group shares. But for example, with Lockheed Martin, we are cooking many things, but it's already public that we have very strong cooperation on the land systems area, HIMARS kind of military systems area. Basically, with that, I wanted to give you the impression and the message that when we are coming back now to North Macedonia, so when we are entering a new market like North Macedonia, now we are focusing on telecom. We are focusing on putting the spectrum into use and launching the commercial service, but definitely it's on our strategic horizon to plan for the new business opportunities and new partnerships with government, military, North Macedonia, like all our other countries, it's a NATO country. We are working with Ericsson here, so we are really excited to work on this opportunity. And basically, those were the main ideas I wanted to talk about. We have a I'm not sure it's a good sign or not, but you know, we have our space and defense unit, the defense digitization guys. They developed a really, I think, a really great video, kind of a promotional video. I asked the organizers whether it's appropriate to show it. They were happy about this, so if you don't mind, we can now show this short video. So if we could show the short video now. Do we have sound?
Every sensor, every soldier, every vehicle, linked in real time through secure, high-bandwidth networks. Data flows seamlessly from the edge of the field to the highest command. In the command center, real-time data becomes decisive action. AI-powered analytics transform complex information into clear, immediate insight. This is where data-driven decision-making turns uncertainty into control. When disruption strikes, resilience prevails. Redundant communication channels and geo-redundant data systems keep the mission connected, while cyber protection shields every layer of the network. From the front line to the highest HQ, from each sensor to the effectors, every element operates as one through horizontal, vertical, and diagonal integration. This is defense digitalization, real-time, data-driven, integrated. 4IG, Space and Defense Technologies.
So I hope that you got the big picture. I'm trying to promote this also because, of course, we are promoting our capabilities in the space and defense in the region. So that team is very active. But I thought it's good if I start spreading the message that we do this also to the telecommunication and regulatory community because I think there are stronger and stronger touch points between the two industries and two worlds. So thank you very much for your attention.
Thank you very much, Mr. Zarande. It is also my privilege to introduce Mr. Vladimir Nikolic, Associate General Director at MTEL. The presentation From Piracy to Digital Trust, Illegal Streaming Challenges in the AI Era examines the growing impact of digital piracy and artificial intelligence-driven illegal streaming on the telecom and media industries. The presentation highlights the importance of digital trust, regional cooperation, regulatory action, and secure digital ecosystems through the perspective of Telekom Serbia Group and MTEL.
Distinguished representatives of the Agency for Electronic Communications, dear colleagues, partners, ladies and gentlemen. I'm Vladimir Nikolic, Associate General Director at MTEL, part of Telekom Serbia Group. It is truly a pleasure to be back on this speaker stage at IRC after several years. And I'm honored that today I will talk with you. So thank you for having me. Today I will talk about a challenge that is rapidly growing lately, and the digital world especially, and that is the illegal streaming and the digital piracy in the artificial intelligence era. For many years, piracy was viewed mainly as copyright issue, but nowadays we can see that it becomes much larger. It affects digital trust, cybersecurity, investment, and overall impact on the media and the telecom ecosystem, if I may say. At the same time, artificial intelligence is accelerating the scale and sophistication of illegal content distribution. Piracy networks are becoming more organized, automated, and very harder to be detected. This is why the conversation must move from simply fighting the piracy towards building a trusted digital future of all of us. Furthermore, I will discuss why cooperation between telecom operators, regulators, institutions overall, broadcasters, content rights, etc., and these industry partners is essential for long-term success. So throughout this presentation, we will demonstrate that our goal is not only to protect the content, but to protect digital growth, innovation, and first of all, consumers' trust. So, piracy is not new, as said, but today it has fundamentally changed. It is no longer an isolated activity performed by individuals. Today, illegal streaming is much more organized. We know that we now see IPTV ecosystems, illegal streaming platforms, mirror infrastructures, and global distribution networks operating with professional efficiency. So it has novel business models, subscription-based models, customer support, and millions of users worldwide. This is no longer chaos, as we are saying on this slide. Illegal streaming today is scalable, international, and pretty quite adaptable. It relies on pretty much technological advances. It adapts quickly, bypasses restrictions, and continuously evolves through modern digital infrastructure. That is why piracy today is not only a legal or technical issue, but it is becoming more of importance when the digital trust is in question. It has significant impact on the overall digital ecosystem. Especially, there is violation on the revenues going on the right holders, like operators, broadcasters, content owners, etc. Even more, it affects the taxation system of every state, including our own country. Its ultimate reason to be fighted for. This directly reduces the ability to invest from those who are losing the revenue, especially operators, in the premium content, in the production of the premium content, local productions especially, like Telecom Serbia Group is doing, or regional if you like, innovation and future digital services. Secondly, piracy creates an unfair competition. From one side, all the legal stakeholders are licensed, are paying taxes, are paying monitoring fees, are paying for the content, but from other side, the pirates, if I may say like that, are running their business on the illegal platforms. They're not paying for licenses, they're not paying for authorization, they're not paying for content, just they're illegally distributing it, meaning they're having this unfair disadvantage against the legal stakeholders. But perhaps the most important issue today is the growing security and privacy risks on the user side. Users, most of the time, are not aware that they are watching some illegal content. Thus, over the time, all this creates something even more dangerous. That is the erosion of the digital trust, which coming from the operators and the stakeholders and the regulators are moving towards the users. Because when users can no longer distinguish between what is legally distributed and what is not legally distributed, in that case, no one can judge what is right and what is wrong. And this is basically where we have to fight all together and to stop this activity going towards ruination of the digital ecosystem, which is becoming more and more fragile, let's say, with this regard. So it is also cybersecurity and the trust problem in general. The technology behind is very important to be considered as well. So behind the illegal streaming, today there is a surprisingly sophisticated technological environment. This is not anymore a simple website where somebody is putting some link to be shared and to be streamed, but also is producing highly qualitative content, like live television, premium sports events, movies, content on demand, and same, and that is usually run on the serious platforms, which I AI backed already. They are using content delivery networks. They're using mirror platforms. They're using VPNs, etc. And also on this infrastructure level, these operations rely heavily on the technology, which is not only used by the operators who are legally distributing the content. This all allows they to distribute traffic globally, so not only on some small countries or smaller regions, but globally, to avoid detection, to bypass restriction, and rapidly recover when services are blocked. And perhaps most important there today is that they are successfully monetizing this whole business model. They are able to generate revenues on the subscriptions, on the affiliate marketing. In general, they are doing add-ons and marketing. Even they are running the crypto payments over their platforms, and a significantly good developed network of resellers, which is making them rich at the end, and enabling them even better to ruin the regular digital trusted system. AI, of course, a lot of us today were speaking about AI. It cannot be avoided. The issue is that the problem is that when the AI is also misused, a part that is used. And we are all witnessing today that there are a lot of content which is synthetical, generated, it's deep fake. Basically, AI can be also used to generate fake content or altered content. And that's a part that AI enables telecom operators to improve their capability to detect fraud, to increase their security, to increase their monitoring. AI also is used heavily by the digital pirates, and they are improving their side of the story as well. So from other side, the illegal platforms are also using AI to become more sophisticated. We can witness all these deepfakes that are AI-generated, and they are basically used to more smarter shape the user behavior. They are using these algorithms which are shaping user behavior. And basically, they are making the users to disbelieve that the content they're viewing is legal and authorized. So this is why AI governance, cybersecurity, and trusted digital infrastructure will become critical priorities for the telecom industry in the future, and especially in the Telecom Serbia group. About the Telecom Serbia group shortly, I believe more or less it's well known that Telecom Serbia is positioning itself in the recent years like one of the largest group in the Southeast Europe, headquartered in Belgrade, Serbia. It currently operates in 6 countries, including our own country. We're serving around 12 million users, and last year revenues reached around 1.8 billion euros. So with such a ever-increasing strength, Telecom Serbia group is more and more positioning itself like a trusted digital partner in the region. And we believe that based on that position, we are keen to lead this fight, if I may say, combat against the digital piracy and illegal streaming, of course, with the support of all other stakeholders in the country, in the region. So, as a part of Telecom Serbia, particularly MTEL, we are committed to combating this digital piracy as a long-term strategy. So it's not some short-term activity that we are trying to run, especially having in mind that the huge investment that were done by the group in the last 2 years in the legal content, authorized content production, and the regional content production by our side. That is why we continuously invest in security infrastructure, licensed content, advanced digital platforms, and stronger cybersecurity capabilities. Our focus is not only on connectivity and technological development, but also on building digital trust and improving user experience at the end. We believe that sustainable digital growth can only exist in an environment where innovation, security, and authorized content protection evolve together. But, as I said, we cannot do this all alone. And I would say, nevertheless, telecom operators cannot solve all these challenges alone. Thus, a more broader framework of cooperation is required, which eventually would include all stakeholders in the digital ecosystem. That in particular means all operators concerned with the digital piracy and illegal streaming, then the regulators, broadcasters, law enforcement agencies, and other institutional organizations. It is worth to say that our assessment is that Macedonian telecom market in general is losing around 30 million euros annually from digital piracy. So not only operators are affected, but also the state from the lost tax charges is affected. So this is huge for our market, and thus we are determined to fight against it. Currently, we had successfully identified more than 50 entities which are doing the illegal streaming in our country, even for more than 1 decade, if not 2 decades, if not more. Especially as we were advancing with the optical connectivity, they're not anymore using the satellite streams like their source of the piracy, but also they are copying pretty much whole packages of well-known telecom operators in our country as well as in the region. This clearly shows that the need of stronger cooperation between all the stakeholders should be done through some harmonized platform, if I can say it like that. And sort of joint task force have to be established in the country. Here is the Agency for Audio and Audiovisual Media Services, of course, Agency for Electronic Communications. One can say maybe AVAMU is more responsible for this, but nevertheless, we believe that policymaker in the electronic communications, the ministry with the law for electronic communication, as well the agency within its bylaws, it requires some changes that will allow to us operators to more quickly, when we are addressing this digital piracy and these illegal streams, we to have right to stop them, to block them. So this regulation we are currently missing. And we hope so that that sort of joint task force will contribute to faster execution of the illegal streams, which then are going to the bed of whole country. Of course, when we determine, or somebody determines certain criminals who are running this digital piracy, prosecution have to act much faster. And we believe that also the Ministry of Interior can also support all these processes of tackling the digital piracy with, let's say, much available digital forensics. So, all in all, for Telecom Serbia Group and MTEL, cooperation and reasonable digital transformation remain key priorities in the building of this trusted digital future for this matter. Of course, the users are at the end maybe at the middle of all this situation. And understanding how they behave, it's important part when we are tackling the digital piracy. Why? Because users many times cannot distinguish, or they're not aware that when they're watching these illegal IP streams, let's say, that they're watching illegal content. And basically this is sort of awareness gap in their understanding, which bringing to some risks on their side, especially from the data privacy protection on their side, cybersecurity on their side, low quality of service that they're experiencing many times. But what they are experiencing with the illegal IP streams, it's very convenient, it's very affordable, and easy to access. When we're going to detect some stream and we're going to cut it, immediately some of these fraudsters are going to give them some new codes, new scheme, and after 5-10 minutes, they are again back on track. So users basically are victim in all this ecosystem, fraudulent ecosystem, and thus we believe that we must also focus on the education of the users. So sort of campaigns have to start. If we, let's say, imagine that we have established this joint task force, of course, some marketing campaign have to be introduced for the public. Like we are saying, don't drink when you drive, don't watch simply the illegally obtained content, cheap content, because and then somebody is paying and the country is paying mostly. So users trust, that's how it's going to build through the education, and that they will get the better digital experience to the legal authorized content recognition and recipient. And only by understanding user expectations and habits, we can build a safer and more sustainable digital ecosystem at the end. Again, I would like to have this before the last slide and to talk a bit about the regulation and the role of the regulators. Still, regulators are neutral judge, let's say, of the telecom ecosystem, the media ecosystem, and we must work together. They are in the they have central role in all the situation, and we are eager to support even through the public-private partnership, whatever that means at this moment, because we have technology operators, technology advances that we can be put on disposal for the regulators. We believe that some sort of harmonized framework have to be established in the country with this matter. The awareness to become higher, and the stronger cooperation should be between law enforcement agencies, institutions, broadcasters, content providers, right holders, operators. This platform very likely should be operated by some of the two regulators which we mentioned, if not both. Why not? At the end, because at the end the cybersecurity is tackled here. That's also maybe CERT can be also included in this cooperation, and this will ensure that we are going to faster be able to attack and to block these illegal streams and this digital piracy. That's the only reason. Otherwise, if we are just running behind them, even in hours, if not days, we know that one Premier League match is lasting 2 hours, and what if we block it? I don't know. After 2 hours, we didn't achieve anything. And this is how we may, at the end, achieve better coordination and stronger protection of authorized digital services. Only through aligned institutional action, we can create a more secure and trusted digital environment. Of course, as I said, public-private partnership is important. And I think that in general, our state is moving towards that direction. So we need to support each other, the establishment, the government, and the industry in many sectors. Of course, in telecom and media is very important. Because telecom operators often have the technical capability to identify and react to these illegal distribution channels much faster. So, ladies and gentlemen, to conclude, few points to stay with us. As said, the digital piracy today is not only a copyright issue. If we think it like that, we are underestimating it, and we are less capable to fight it. All these digital pirates are more and more advancing with the technology, using AI, and we should not lag behind them. It is becoming an issue of trust. Again, I'm mentioning this because when this model is ruined with mistrust, then everybody is disbelieving that something which is even legal is treated like illegal. Security is in question, and long-term digital sustainability. If users cannot trust the integrity of digital platforms and content distribution, the entire ecosystem becomes fragile. We tend to agree to that, I believe. That is why the solution requires much more than technology alone. It requires cooperation between all stakeholders, including the users themselves. So they must be invited on the table of cooperation. As Telecom Serbia and MTEL, our goal is to protect authorized content, which we are heavily producing in this region as well. Empower users with services which are secure, strengthen regional cooperation, and continue driving innovation across the region and the country. Also, in our group, we believe that only through these joint efforts, or together, let's say, like a group, we can build a safer and more trusted digital future for the entire region. So, thank you for your attention.
Thank you very much, Mr. Nikolic. We are honored to welcome Mr. Gary Kenworthy, Solutions Architect at TCI, who will present spectrum monitoring solutions for LTE and 5G networks. This presentation introduces CellScan, a new cellular monitoring capability from TCI designed specifically for spectrum regulators. The presentation will be supplemented with a demonstration of the product.
I don't need that. I have to have something for that. Are we seeing it? Okay, this is the presentation you've all been waiting for, the last presentation of the day. My name's Gary Kenworthy. I'm here from TCI and presenting a new product. And in this presentation, it won't be just slides. I don't like just doing slides. I like to see the real thing. So we'll be seeing a demonstration. Regulatory responsibilities are starting to include, or have evolved to include, oversight of 4G, 5G, and other cellular networks. And regulators are expected to actively manage the spectrum and not just enforce the license. And traditional tools don't really give you the capabilities for that, or they're very expensive and kind of overkill for that responsibility. So that's the market that we've targeted with the development of CellScan. Oops. So CellScan does collection and stores in a database detections of cellular signals, which are mobile cell site transmissions. It incorporates decoding of those transmissions up to the level 3 information. So information like the country code and operator code, the area code, the tower code, and the cell site ID. It also detects frequency and power information, received power. And one unique feature of this is it doesn't require, if you have TCI equipment, it doesn't require any additional equipment. It's a software solution. So it's not done at the edge, it is done locally. So you can see some of the capabilities here, but I'm going to show them also in a demonstration. Some of the use cases that we have in mind is, of course, license compliance, verify that transmissions occur only in the authorized bands and bandwidths in the technology and geographic areas, and being able to have a history of those scans. Cross-border leakage or cross-border transmissions, you're able to monitor edge zones for foreign network overspill, whether it's intentional or unintentional. Rogue or unauthorized base stations, IMSI catchers, sometimes they're called, and some regulators have reported that in their areas, this is a $1 million a day problem in the fraud that it introduces. Of course, interference mitigation, and also at a macro level, being able to look at the signal levels, you see if there are any major changes in EMF or EIRP verification. As I said, this is a software upgrade to the existing TCI Scorpio infrastructure. So it uses existing spectrum monitoring fixed or mobile equipment. And it is a web-based application. That doesn't mean it's in the cloud. Everything's running locally, but it means the client is a web browser. And as I said, it's specifically tailored to spectrum monitoring use cases. It's less complex and less costly than a full-blown QoS system. And it also, a characteristic of this is it's passive. It does not register in the network. It only monitors the downlink information. So as I said, I like demonstrations. I don't like to just show slides. And I've got a couple of different configurations that I want to talk about. And depending on the time, we'll see all of these. Configuration number one is one laptop running both the CellScan server, which is the application, and the browser. You're viewing the browser on the same machine. That's this machine here. However, it's not connected to anything. But I've collected a couple of 100,000 detections over the last few weeks, and so I'll show some of the capabilities of displaying those detections and how those can be displayed. The second configuration is we have this laptop merely as a browser connected to a second laptop over here. That laptop is connected through the courtesy of the AEC into the Macedonian Scorpio network. So we'll be able to do live detections of cellular signals. Now that's going over a VPN, and it's going over the hotel Wi-Fi. So it's not the fastest in the world, but it does work, and we'll be able to see that operation. And for scanning from fixed sites, you generally don't need as much speed. It's fixed sites, things aren't moving. So you don't need to revisit every couple of seconds necessarily. Things are going to be in the same place. In mobile operation, you want speed because you'll move through cellular sectors in the matter of a few meters sometimes. And so in order to simulate that environment, we have the third configuration, which there's another laptop, kind of similar to this one. It's sitting in my office in the United States, and it's wired directly to a receiver. And so you'll see that would be the scenario that you would have in a mobile scenario, mobile collection environment, where you would be driving around with a single receiver and a CellScan server there that would be doing the collecting. And they were connected into that with TeamViewer, if all the network gods smile on me today. So with that, those are the three configurations I want to show. Let me go to the first one. Sometimes I like a mouse. So this is connecting to, this is CellScan running, connected to the CellScan server that is on this computer. So this is a browser, and it's connected to the application running on this computer. And I've got a couple of 100,000 detections. And for each detection, I have the detection station, the physical cell ID, the frequency, the bandwidth, whether it's FDD or TDD. We only see FDD in the US. The received signal strength, the field strength, the flux density, the country code, the operator code, the area code, the cell ID, the tower ID, and the band and the channel. And then it also says whether it matches what we have in our database. And that database can be two things. What it really ideally is your database as regulators of what should be there, of the towers that are there, the towers that are authorized and what's operating. not everybody has that information readily available to import, and us included. We don't have that information. So what my database indicates is what I've seen before. So as I do a new detection, is it something that matches a database of what I've seen before? You can see in the map here, we can show it as a heat map. We can show it as just detections. This was multiple passes over some runs that we did last week with demonstrations with, we had took people out in our demo van and did the same pattern each time. And this is seeing how often we see new cells. So you can see, if I zoom in a little bit there, you can see buildings. These are houses. That's how close houses are, and that's how often you'll run into a new sector in dense urban environments. I've got a filter on here that says I only want to see from these 3 days, and I only want to see them coming from our demo van. We can filter by bandwidth, we can filter by signal strength, we can filter by area code, by country code, and all of that. So as I said, this is static. This is not connect. I can't do a scan here because I'm not connected to any systems. This one here is now connected to a different IP address. You probably can't see that, but that IP address is the address of this computer here. This computer sitting on the desk down here is connected over the VPN into Macedonian sensors. This is the location of the sensors that we have, that I've seen. I've been able to play with this for about 3 days and done some scans and found a small database of cells. Cells that I've seen, I've only found 20 or so. But let's do a real scan. To do a real scan, we pick a station. Let's pick local, Ohrid. We can either scan by bands, which is slower because it has to scan all the channels in the band, or we can scan by known channels. Let's scan by bands, and the bands, with a little research, I found that the bands in use in Macedonia are band 1, band 3, and band 20. So I'm going to scan those 3 bands. And then we start the scan. Now, as I said, this is not a speed demon over this VPN over the hotel network, but what'll happen is we'll start to see detections as it scans through, as it finds them. So it's scanning through each individual channel. Channels are every 100 kilohertz in LTE, and it has to scan through every one. It has to talk to the sensor for every one. Well, not for everyone. We aggregate them a bit. And this might take a minute or so to scan these bands. And once it does, well, actually, I can also start a new scan. Let's repeat that scan from a different location. So I've now got 2 scans running, one in Ohrid and Bitola. Now, it found one in Bitola. It found a station here. We'll view it by band. In band 20, which is 791 to 821 megahertz, it found on channel or on center frequency 796, found a cell ID of 614401, and it actually found 2 PCI, a second one here, another cell ID, and it scans these bands can be overlapping. It's smart about how it scans. It doesn't, if the bands overlap, oh, and then it found one in Greece. So this is a Greece signal. These two are from North Macedonia. It found from Bitola a signal coming from Greece, known by the country code. So it's just done those two scans. For some reason, oh, it didn't. Thanks to the hotel Wi-Fi, this one didn't complete. I'll scan it again, but this time I'll just scan known channels and see if we're connected. Scan the channels where I've seen signals before, which will be a little bit faster. Or there may be some disconnect between the station. That's the downside of doing a live demo. You never know what you're going to get. It's not getting any detections today on that one. So I'll try another one from Kumanovo, again by scans. So it found one in Kumanovo already. And it will detect whatever it can detect. If it can only see, if the signal's only strong enough to see the sync ID, it will show you the sync, the PCI. If it gets the MIB, the management information block, it will decode that and tell you the bandwidth and a little bit more information. So that was scanned, but for some reason ORID's not scanning very well. Let's look at a map of what we've seen recently. So as I said, as I've been collecting these, I've been putting them into a database. If it's in the database, then it shows that it matches. It shows green. If it doesn't, it shows that it's new. And it gives me the option to add it to the database, which I could do. If I click on this, I'll add it to the database. It looks good. We can also filter. This filter I've got is I'm only displaying signals from North Macedonia. I can exclude all signals from North Macedonia and only see signals that I've seen from other countries. And 202, this country code is Greece. I've seen a lot of these are repeats. And 220 is Serbia. That's coming from a different station. And I don't want to add those to the database. Got just a couple more minutes. I'll try the third configuration and see how that works. This is connecting, as I said, into a different system, but this system is hardwired to the sensor. So I'm going to scan 20 channels where I've seen signals there and just tell it to go. And the scan will be much faster as far as you can see here. I don't know if you can see, you can see it counting the detections here. That's how fast it's finding new signals because it's hardwired and it's local. It doesn't have to go through any VPN. The only thing that's going to the VPN is or not the VPN, this is going over TeamViewer. So I'm seeing that connection over TeamViewer, and that can be delayed, but the processor's running really fast because it's local. So that's CellScan in a nutshell. It's a new product. We're testing it. We're still putting finishing touches on it. Doesn't have all the features yet, but coming soon to a Scorpio system near you. And thank you for your time.
Thank you, Mr. Kenworthy. Ladies and gentlemen, thank you for your attention. Let me remind you once again, before saying thank you and goodbye, that the buses will be in front of the hotels in Hotel Bellevue at 7 p.m. And with them, of course, you will go to a dinner at Biljanini Izvori. See you tomorrow at 10 a.m. as in the program. I wish you a very nice time tonight. And of course, have fun. Thank you very much.
Yeah, you can take this. Oh, you gotta unplug this one. That's the... Worked perfect. Thank you.
Yes, this must be perfect. Знаеш, и аз, ако не ви трябва, предлагам нека седно. Да нема, да си ми здрав.